Good morning. Welcome everybody, welcome to Sewing Street. My name's Vicky, with you until 12 o'clock. I hope you've had a lovely weekend in the sunshine. How amazing was weather? All of a sudden we had our flip-flops back on, back into summertime. It was beautiful. In fact, isn't it going to be lovely all week? It's going to be really nice, I think, all week again. I hope you've had a lovely weekend anyway with Debbie. It's been brilliant. We've almost been in our new studio a whole week. Can you believe it? Although I feel like we've just been here forever now. I had a text yesterday from one of the floor managers over on Jewellery Maker asking how we're getting on in our new digs. Are we missing them? And I just said, do you know what? It feels like ages ago since we were with you. We don't miss you at all. But no, do miss our Jewellery Makers, this channel. But it's so lovely to be here. And we've got Sally Stevens with me today. She's not seen the new studio before. It's the first time that she was in. She loves it already. Plenty of space for her to do all of her beautiful quilts, which I will talk you through what we're going to be doing after the early bird. But have you spotted already? We've got Tula Pink, the handmade collection, back in. The jelly roll, which is absolutely beautiful. It's always very popular whenever we have it in. But first, as always, should we start with our early bird special? If you wake up with us bright and early at 8 o'clock, then you are guaranteed to start your day with a bargain. Start your day with a saving, which that's what I love. I love to, well, you have to wake up on the right side of the bed, don't you? Wake up with a nice big saving to start the show. And this is something that I think is very useful across all crafts, whether you be a quilter, whether you be a bag maker, whether you be a dressmaker, whether you make soft furnishings, whether you're a toy maker, we all use sewing clips. If you haven't used sewing clips before, oh my word, definitely have a go with today's early bird special. So we've got a bundle of 50 of them. Now I know I've been counting through this morning and organising them, and I've stolen a few for some that I've made. I've put on my William Morris just to show you how you can use clips like this. So you're getting 50 in the pack. Now whether you're using them for your binding, whether you're using them for thicker layers, you know, sometimes when you're struggling to pin things, or maybe you don't like pinning, this is so quick. It is so quick and so easy that when you're at the sewing machine, you can easily whip them out. No more sewing over pins or no more worrying about breaking a needle. It's so easy to just take them out, and you can see them. They're all obviously lovely and bright in colour. Now, can you notice from the shape of these, they've got a really flat base, and then they've got this lovely big curve, so it means that you're going to be able to get loads and loads of layers, and they open up really nice and wide. So if you are getting lots of layers in there, maybe you're working with denim, maybe you're a bag maker and you're working with foam and PU and canvas, and something that maybe you're not really wanting to pin, like a PU or like a leather, then this is going to be perfect, and you can fit loads and loads of layers in there. Now, it's not like using a bulldog clip or, you know, other clips that are for paper or designed for other things. These are especially developed for fabrics and sewers, so it's not going to damage your fabric at all. But the great thing about these is obviously your price point is a £10 saving today, which is a massive saving for your early bird. 50 gives you a chance, you know, to have a bit of a play around. Quite often when our guest designers come in, they come in very organised with all of their pieces that have already been cut out, all labelled. And I know a lot of you at home as well might do your cutting the night before you start sewing. So get yourself a bit organised. Use these to organise your pattern pieces, whether you're clipping on your piece of paper to them, not going to damage your fabric. Whether you're using these, as I say, for your binding, whether you're using them to clip together lots of different layers of fabric for your bag making, for your toy making, dressmaking, for difficult fabrics or something that's quite hard to hold. If you're working with an overlocker, pins are no-nos. To be able to just have something and hold it in place, but you can clearly see to make sure that you take them out before you get close to the needle. It is brilliant. Those of you that do a lot of pinning, do a lot of pinning. I was talking to, who was it on the other day? It was Adele. When I was talking to Adele, and she was saying, I always get told off because there's pins that are found on the floor, in the rug, or in the carpet. Or how many times have you turned a bag through and realised that you've left a pin in there? And if you're giving that as a gift for somebody, you don't want to be leaving pins in bags or makes. So this is really handy. I absolutely love them. Now, talking about price, bearing in mind you're getting 50 here, which makes your price per clip, I think, 19 pence. So if you're looking elsewhere, On our website, there is a branded version called Wonder Clips, which are $28.99 for 50, which is brilliant. If you want the branded Clover ones, that's absolutely fine. You can get them on our website. The reason that we wanted to bring these in is because we know that everybody loves using clips. I was talking to Sally Stevens. She says she uses them all the time. Really handy to have. In fact, I saw somebody said on the Facebook page during lockdown they used it to clip back their lockdown fringe. I've seen people using it rolling down their toothpaste and clipping it on, or keeping their pasta fresh in the kitchen. So honestly, these are really, when we say multi-purpose, they really, really are. I would love to know how you use your clips, whether it be for different ways in your crafting room or whether it be just generally around the house. I'd love to hear about it. But what I keep trying to say, and I keep getting off on another tangent, is that our buying team and our team that work in the office, they had lots of different samples in from lots of different companies and picked out for you the best quality for the best price. So yes, I'm not going to lie, you can get clips that are very, very similar to this or look very similar to this on the website or on the web, very, very affordably. But we didn't want to entertain those because I wouldn't like to bring something on air that was then going to break really quickly, that was really, really stiff with the hinge. It wasn't going to open as wide. Maybe it didn't have that nice flat back. There's, you know, a lot of different reasons why our buying team have said, look, we still want to be able to offer you the quality at the best price point possible. And that's exactly what we've done. So if you're using, say, for example, we're going to be talking about PU in a bit as we're doing bag making. I wouldn't want to put a pin in here. It's going to pierce a hole and leave it permanently. Whereas actually just using a clip, I mean, that's 4 layers I'm going through. Going through that with a pin is going to be quite difficult, whereas that is holding it nicely and it's not going to mark at all. It is not going to mark or damage your fabric in the slightest. 50 clips, a £10 saving today. This was like our introductory offer. This is not supposed to be something that we brought back as an early bird special, so do make the most of it. We have got chances of purchasing the 100 and 150, but if I were you, I would be multi-buying on this deal. It is better value for money, which I know a lot of people are doing. So enjoy all 50. Oh, I just love all of those colours. They're like sweeties, aren't they? For just £9.99. And you're going to see them no matter what fabric colours you're working with. I've literally just folded a piece of fabric round this William Morris. But if you are doing binding, I can still leave those in and sew really close to the edge without even taking them out. Or if you do want to take them out, you can take them out really easily at the sewing machine. So, just £9.99. Remember, it is today's early bird special. I know that it's going to be a busy one. I know it's going to be a popular one, so I'll keep you updated on stock. And we'll probably talk about these a lot throughout the day. As this first hour, as I say, we're going to be talking lots about bag making. Sally Stevens, who's my guest in today, she loves these clips. She uses them a lot at home. So we'll talk about them later, especially if you're doing curves, which we're conquering curves today. Shall we have a look at what is on today's show? We've got loads coming up. As I say, we've got Sally Stevens joining me later on. So this first hour, we're going to be focusing on bag making. We've got bag making tools, we've got fabrics coming up in this first hour. And then at 9 o'clock, we're conquering curves. I will show you in a second the table runner that's behind me that's absolutely gorgeous. That's going to be with Sally Stevens. At 10 o'clock, we've got more fabulous fabrics. We've got sewing room tools. We're going to get you all kitted out, ready to go. 11 o'clock, we've got our Tula Pink Skyline Quilt, which, do you know what, might be one of the fastest quilt tops to put together. Honestly, we're going to try and do the whole quilt top in the hour, which is, I know, going to be a bit of a challenge, but we're going to set Sally the challenge because it is 2.5-inch strips, the jelly roll, it's Pam and Nikki Lintott design from a beautiful book, and it really displays those gorgeous fabrics, which we'll talk about in a bit. So that's at 11 o'clock, and then at 12 we're going to be repeating the very, very popular show from Yvonne and Debbie, which was the Halloween special. There's only 5 in stock of the pattern. There's only 5 in stock of the pattern on that repeat, so do make sure that you check out on that as soon as you can. Now, behind me It's quite retro actually, isn't it? I know there was a lot of love for this on the Facebook page. I saw it earlier on Facebook and there's so much love for it. This is just one sort of section from a brand new book which we're going to be launching. Well, I say this, I don't know if it has been on before, but it's the first time I've seen it and I absolutely love this modern quilting book. So Sally's like taken a part of the quilt and made it into a table runner, which is a great idea. Looks gorgeous, doesn't it? So we're going to be conquering curves. If you've got any questions for Sally, or if you want to come and say hello to me this first hour, come say hello via the email address studio@sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com. You can message directly into the gallery. I've had a message come in. Hi Angie, good morning. Sunny Great, oh my word, you're in Great Yarmouth a day like today. I used to always holiday in Great Yarmouth. In fact, my parents once, we used to always go there, and my parents once booked a holiday to Spain, and they didn't tell me and my sister, and we were in the car, and they went, we're not going to Great Yarmouth, we're going to Spain, and me and my sister cried the whole way because we just wanted to go to Yarmouth. So yeah, got a soft spot for Great Yarmouth, so thank you very much for your message. I hope you have a lovely day in the sunshine. It's going to be hot again, isn't it? But it's been busy, busy, busy. Right, so talking all things bag making, those of you that love our Debbie Shaw, of course, you've probably been inspired to make bags yourself. I know how much she loves the quality of our cotton canvas. We are going to start with some cotton canvas. Now, we've got a couple of printed cotton canvas. So these are ones with beautiful, really, really beautiful motifs on. These have got gorgeous lilies on. Look at this. And a very autumnal colour actually, isn't it? It's got that rust colour background. I say rust and it doesn't sound very romantic, does it? But I think it's called rust on the colours. It's really autumnal. It's like this lovely burnt orange. And I like having the colour as the background and then just the black and white lilies, which is beautiful. So you've probably heard Debbie saying this, but when we're talking about canvas, the first thing that sort of springs to mind for me certainly is canvas that you paint on, quite a stiff fabric that you paint on, whereas this is so soft. It's absolutely beautiful, but it's got slightly more structure than if you were using a quilting weight cotton. So it's going to give you that great stability, which is perfect for bag making. By all means, still use it with any of your interfacings. We're going to talk about 8640. We've got, I think, Starville on the website if you want a foam, but this is going to be great for things like your bag bases, well, even just your main bag itself. For straps, this is going to be ideal because it's really nice and strong. Having a nice accent pocket maybe with this. Just £5.99 for half a metre. Now I'm thinking, right, what colours would I put this with? Obviously, you could go just with your white and it would really, really stand out. What do you reckon about putting it with black? You could obviously put it with black. I think this would be really, really striking. You could mix it with maybe some of the greys. That warmer grey is lovely, isn't it? That would look lovely. All of these are going to be available by the half metre soon. I'm just already trying to, get better at my mixing colours together. It's good to experiment, isn't it? And those of you that have got a stash at home, it's really good to just try and put together different colours and see what works. Because I am a bit boring of putting different colours together, whereas this looks beautiful. Just £5.99 a half metre with that lovely lily print. Now, can I show you? Half a metre is this is wider than 112, isn't it? We'll find out the width for you because you've got a lot of fabric. Just half a metre, you could make lovely purses. You can still do dressmaking with it, but obviously be aware that it is a heavier weight cotton. Hence why we're saying for bag making, it's 140 wide, so that's a lot for your money. Even if you're thinking of home interiors for blinds, these would make really beautiful blinds, or for cushions, for cushions that you want to put in the conservatory, or for more autumnal cushions, maybe that you're sitting outside. I love having, you know, even if it's cold, it's nice to just have a few little outdoor cushions, isn't it? Like a beanbag style cushion or a gardening stool. That would be lovely, like a gardening kneeling cushion. Just £5.99 as well. It's great value for money, isn't it, for 140 wide. But I can't stress enough how soft it is. For cotton canvas, it's beautiful. Tropical. Now, I think this is a digital print. This is digitally printed and it looks so clear. This is Club Tropicana. This is so much fun. This would be really beautiful for bag. How about for your fruit and veg? You could do a nice tote bag, couldn't you? Oh, I love that. So many colours that I'm going to match this with. If you do want to bring it slightly more autumnal, how about mixing it with like an ochre? That would make it a bit more autumny, or with the pinks. Those two together I think would look really, really nice. The three together. If you do want to add half a metre of white as well, it's so affordable at £5.99 half a metre that you could afford to say, right, actually, I'm going to try a few different colours. How about with the purple? It's got little purple flowers, hasn't it? Just £5.99 a half metre, and they're absolutely beautiful quality. Please do make sure that you grab it whilst you can, because these do not hang around for long. When they come into stock, they really, really disappear. Hence why we've literally got 2 to show you today. Virtually everything else that we've had is completely sold out. And once again, this is so, 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 so soft. For cushions, for bags, for bits and bobs like storage tubs. It's got great structure. It is heavier than your quilting weight cotton, so it is going to be really lovely and give great stability. So just bear those in mind. They're your 2 digital prints. We've got our solids now, always very popular, especially as I say, whenever Debbie's in, she'll always request to show these because they are such beautiful quality. Can we do the ochre first? This is so autumnal. This is lovely. 140 wide and a really, really gorgeous colour. £3.99. It's like a golden ochre, isn't it? It's like a lovely golden ochre. Just £3.99 a half metre, and it is 140 wide. 140 wide, so you've got a lot of fabric there, haven't you? Absolutely brilliant for £3.99. It is something that is extremely, I don't know the right word to use. Kat saying the word durable, which is, I know exactly what you mean. It's really robust, it's strong, it's going to be perfect for bag making. It's yet still so soft. It's so soft, just like Paul. Strong, reliable, robust, yet so soft. The picture on the website, I think, looks more yellow than it actually is. You can see it's like this green gold. It is like an absolute beautiful ochre. £3.99 a half metre, 140 wide. So that's your ochre. We've got the lilac. Hello, Elliot. Has he come to do a tea run already? Isn't he good? I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Here's your blue, purple. Half a metre, £3.99. Can we just remember how affordable this is? If you are making bags, stock up, stock up, stock up. In fact, this will look gorgeous with your Tula Pink. This would be so, so nice with the Tula Pink collection that we've got coming up in a bit. Because you could do some fussy cutting and applique onto it, couldn't you? So this could be your cushion, and you could do some beautiful applique on the front of it, or hand embroider on the top of it. Look amazing. Just £3.99. I must say, I do love cotton canvas. You can dress make with it. I don't want to say, oh, it's, you know, canvas. I don't necessarily associate that much with dressmaking, but just be aware it's obviously a slightly heavier weight fabric. But for more structured garments, this would be lovely. And it's so affordable, isn't it? For £3.99, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Half a metre for £3.99. So that's your lilac. We've then also got your pink, which is like quite a corally pink. Is it called coral? I think it's called coral. Sorry, coral. You say coral? Paul calls it coral because he's just very extra, aren't you? $3.99. But you know, sometimes you can get more of an orangey coral. I know, how good's that? $3.99, and it's such beautiful quality. I love that colour. It's like a salmon pink, isn't it? Sometimes you see more of an orangey coral, whereas this is really, really lovely. It's a lovely pinky orange. Yes. £3.99 a half metre. Well, I wasn't with you the other day, Paul, when we were talking about Farrow and Paul. They didn't know what that was in the gallery. The paint. No, the paints. £3.99 a half metre, 140 wide. Paul's calling with salmon breath, that's why. It was something we were talking about the other day about that fancy paint brand and the funny names that they call all of the paints. I would love to work in, you know, if you were to pick out all the names for different colours of paints, or it's always nail varnish and lipsticks as well. They always come up with the most bizarre names, don't they, to go with. Wonder who it is that does that. White, let's do white. If you're thinking for backings of cushions, these go really, really nicely. I know that Wendy Orlando has got loads of the white cotton canvas, and she uses it with her barley pops. So if you're using it with piecing, absolutely you can. Just be aware that it's a heavier weight. This would be lovely if you want to use it for backgrounds, as I say, of a plique. You can't go wrong with just having white and your neutral tones in your stash. This one is, let me find you the code. It's ZPLJ83. Have you got it? ZPLJ83. Half a metre. Again, it's £3.99, and this is your chance to buy by the half metre. So if you're wanting to purchase multiple units, we stock by the half metre, but we'll cut it off the bulk for whatever size you need. So if you are thinking, right, I could do with 3 metres of this, add 6 units to your order, and at £3.99, it is fantastic value for money. Thank you. Yes. Yay! Hello, YouTube! This is how amazing our technical team are. Elliot, thank you. He literally lives down the road. Had a call at 8 o'clock saying, I don't think we're streaming live on YouTube. He's whizzed straight in to come and rescue us. So thank you, Elliot. Just £3.99. Are you going home now, going back to bed? No, just woken up. You all right? Good. Just £3.99. And thank you, Matthew, as well, for just the support. He was there, wasn't he? £3.99. So hello, YouTube. I'm ever so sorry if you are, and website, sorry if you are thinking, oh, where have we been? We were here this morning, but for some reason our live stream wasn't working. So if you missed the early bird, you can still get the early bird, which was the multi-purpose sewing clips with a £10 saving. Massive saving on that. And then we've been having a look at some of the cotton canvases. So don't worry, you haven't missed too much, but please do check that early bird special and any of the cotton canvases. Oh, lovely to have you. Thank you for all of your messages as well. A lot of people messaging saying, yay, we've got you back, we've got you back. Right, do you want me to start reading out the codes for you, Paul? Does it help? It's CALJ17. This is your grey. Now, there's a couple of different greys. So what I want to do, Paul, if you don't mind, I will just show them next to each other. So this is the one that we're doing, which I would call a more school grey. That's like a school skirt grey. Do you know what I mean? School trouser grey. Whereas this one's more like a purpley grey. So we're going to do that one next. Whereas this, slightly more of a bluey grey, if that makes sense. It's called pewter. It's only £3.99 a half metre, and half a metre is lovely and wide. It's 140 wide and it is, again, so beautifully soft. Not the canvas that you are necessarily familiar with if you're doing painting on canvas, and it can be quite stiff. This is beautiful for sewing. It sews like a dream. And even if you are going to use it with any of your H640 or any of your interfacing, you're still going to sew really, really nicely through your machine. Not without necessarily having to use a walking foot. Don't get me wrong, if you've got a walking foot, brilliant if you're doing bag making. But even though you're using these heavier weight fabrics, don't worry, it's not like you need to worry particularly about changing your needle or changing your foot. It should still be absolutely fine. It's lovely quality cotton. Let's do the other colour grey. So that was pewter. And then your other grey is called charcoal. It's like a slight sort of purpley hue, which I absolutely love. Do you see what I mean? This would be really, really nice if you're doing Christmas makes. Christmas! When are we doing a Christmas show next? I've bought in Christmas jumpers and everything. So excited. I think there's going to be a Christmas show soon. £3.99. Because in the crafting world, we have to think a bit further ahead, don't we? I'm thinking these two together, Christmas colours. Maybe if you want to mix in, I mean, you're going to be able to put this with everything. That's what I love about greys. I must say, I'm steering towards mixing greys with other colours now. Those of you that know me, I've spoken about this a lot. And Hayley, in fact, Hayley, who's our head of TV, with her house, she did everything. It was all quite on trend, wasn't it? Everything grey, 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 grey. But now I do like to add a bit of colour in with my grey. I still love grey because I think it's a great neutral colour that you can mix with everything. And it's really practical. So if you're using this for bag making or bag linings, this is really, really handy because if you spill anything in your bag, which I always do, I'm that person that your pen explodes in the bottom of your bag more frequently than you ever think a pen should explode. Whereas it's handy just to have a darker lining, I always find. So that's your charcoal. Sorry, I'm flying through these because we've got loads and loads to show you this hour, and I'm already aware that we're nearly at 1:30. We've got Sally Stevens joining me later. If you're just finding us on YouTube and on the web, sorry, we had a few technical difficulties getting on air. Well, not on air this morning, but online this morning. So thank you for your patience and thanks for waiting for us. But if you missed, we've got Sally Stevens. We've got how we can conquer curves with quilting. We've also got the most beautiful Tula Pink quilt that's coming up at 11 o'clock from the handmade range, which those of you that know Tula Pink handmade collection, oh, it's amazing. It's so gorgeous and it's back in stock today. This one's QXLJ18, please. I'm going to call it a crew. A crew. I've done white. Oh, sorry. That was a crew. This one's cream, I'm with you. So the one that I thought was white was a crew. This one is a cream, which if you come closer, Paul, with our new snazzy cameras, it's slightly seeded. It's got like a natural vanilla ice cream, like a posh vanilla ice cream feel to it. It's got really, really lovely natural sort of seeding to it, which just, if I put it next to the ecru, you might be able to see the difference a bit better next to a crew. So this one's a crew, and then this one's just got like a natural seeding to it. You can see that slight speckle in it, which is really lovely. It's 140 wide, it's £3.99 a half metre. This is your chance to stock up, and remember, these are always available on the web. It's just good sometimes to remind you on the live show and see them so we can put together different colours as well. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to see on a little, you know, a small sort of picture on the web, isn't it? So it's nice to just give everybody a reminder that even if you've checked out on anything today, if you've bought the early bird, it's only 1p&p. So don't get me wrong, I personally wouldn't necessarily come in just to buy 1/2 metre at £3.99, because then you're going to have to pay your postage and packaging at £3.95. By all means, you can do that. But as an add-on order, if you're thinking, right, I've got the early bird, I've already opened my order, therefore the rest of my postage and packaging virtually for the day is free, essentially, because you paid it already, your P&P is done, it's all consolidated under one postage and packaging. So now is your chance, I would say, to add fabrics like this. Hello! Oh my word! So because we had a little bit of a technical difficulty, do you know every cloud has a silver lining? Kat's now able to see the live chat on YouTube. Come say hello to us on YouTube. I didn't know that we could do this. So who's there? Hello in America. Hello Geraldine. Hello from the USA. This is amazing. International. We've got somebody watching in Spain. Hello Carol. Exciting, isn't it? So this one's MSLJ74, please. Christmas. I know that I think obviously we're going to have a bit of a strange Christmas this year, but I think still if you do want to make sure that you've got all your Christmas makes done and dusted, sorted, ready, then this is a great way of doing it. Stocking up on cotton canvas like this. You could do lovely baubles, you could do table decorations, you could do a Christmas tree skirt, you could do reusable gift bags, like bottle bags, you could do Christmas stockings, you could still do Christmas outfits, you can still do some dressmaking with it. What about little dresses for children? Or I know that Terry, our cat's father, he's partial to a red suit, isn't he? He likes a bright red suit at Christmas. Just £3.99. How is our Terry? Are they all right? How's his beard? How's his beard growing? Ready for Christmas? He literally, I feel like, are you Santa Claus, Terry? Because it starts about, I've never seen him and Santa Claus in the same room for one. So this is what makes me slightly suspicious. But always about halfway through the year, he starts to grow the beard. And yeah, he does carry, you know, quite a big sack now you mention it. Yeah. I think your dad's Santa Claus. What do you mean you're not allowed to say? Have you seen something? This is exciting. £3.99. It wouldn't surprise me because their family are like magical Von Trapp family, to be fair. It is, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you guys were like organising. Just £3.99. Joe and Liam helping in the workshop, I can imagine it. The grey, last grey, this one's LELJ04. Yes, please. You can say it quicker than me. Hello in Wimbledon. Good morning, sunny island. Oh, has the sun come up now? Is it sunny? Because we arrived in this morning and yeah, it was still pitch black. So I don't know what the weather's doing here in the Midlands, but we film in, well, are we classed as Worcestershire here? Worcestershire. We're Worcestershire. We're only about half a mile away or a mile away from our old studios, but it means we're even closer to our warehouse. They're literally a couple of doors down. We're really, really close to our customer service team, even closer than where we were before. They're down the road as well. Oh, don't worry, it's not your eyes. Hello, YouTube. Hello on the web. Just £3.99 a half metre. Don't worry, I mean, it's 3:30 in the morning in Australia. If your eyes just went a bit, in America, if your eyes just went a bit blurry, don't worry. It was just our Paul getting used to our cameras. Just £3.99 a half metre, and it's so soft. Right, we've got one of the most popular colours. We've got one of the most popular colours, which in fact I would mix with this. I think these two together would look beautiful. The teal is tealy nice, as Paul would say. Really, really nice. Good morning, Wendy. Where's Wendy? I love that everybody's saying I'm in sunny Loadstock, I'm in sunny here, sunny everywhere today. It makes you feel so much better, doesn't it, I must say. I did have my flip-flops on this morning and it was a lovely feeling. So, the teal. Oh, this is stunning. This is quite an autumnal colour as well, actually, isn't it? This deep, lovely, almost like a royal teal. £3.99 a half metre. cotton canvas, beautifully soft, 140 wide, your chance to buy by the half metre. Come say hello to us today. We want to make this morning's show as interactive as possible. We've got loads going on. Sally Stevens here with 2 great demos. We've got books galore. We've still got loads to do in the next 25 minutes. Now's the time to check out on your teal, navy blue. Is it Wednesday tomorrow? Yes. So Wednesday tomorrow, please watch the show because it's Kat's first scheduled, proper scheduled show. I know she scheduled the blue and yellow, but this is like, right now she's scheduling on her own. And she's doing, can I tell everybody what you're doing on Thursday? Is it Thursday that we're doing that show? Yeah. And can I tell everybody that's on Thursday? On Thursday, do you know what we're doing? Build your own bundles show. So we're going to have loads of solids. And I'm going to say that really, really quietly because our warehouse team, as I said, are doors down. And they will not be Kat's best friend for this because I think she's scheduled like 50 or different fabrics and we're building our own bundles. So it's like pick and mix. Pick and mix with Kat and Vix. There you go. Trademarked it. We've called it. This is your navy blue. This is lovely, isn't it? So, you know, like the shop. Oh, yes, please. Oh, actually, no, I won't. No, thank you. They're asking me, do I want a cup of tea? Does anybody want a tea, coffee at home? Elliot's doing tea round. Isn't he lovely? No, I'm all right, thank you. I've already had a cup of tea this morning and it's only 8:30. This will be your 4th. Sorry, that was me looking around. Where's the Isle of Sheppey? The bit that fell off Kent. That's what she said. Thank you very much. Good morning, how are you? Alexandra, where are you in North Devon? Watch the show every day. I've learnt so much from all the designers and presenters. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. That's good. Grace asked what the early bird is. Oh, and who's told her? Bridget. Thanks, Bridget. I love the live chat that everybody talks to each other and comes. It's a real community here. So those of you that are new to us or have just recently found us, we're live every single day, 8 a.m. till 12 o'clock. The whole day is filled with like great crafts and everything. So from 1 o'clock is jewellery making. We do a bit of chatting here. We do a bit of chatting, but we also learn a lot. So I've been in the sewing world for the last 3 years and I've learned so much. I even said to Sally this morning, my mum was on her sewing machine and she rang me and said, Vic, I'm just having trouble with this. I don't know why this isn't working. And I was troubleshooting it. And then you don't realise how much you've learnt until somebody asks you, you get put to the test and somebody asks you to troubleshoot something. I'm like, oh my word, I do know what I'm talking about. I can do it. So it's a great skill to have. And I think especially in the world that we're living in today, that obviously over the last 6-7 months, I've learned that I need to slow down a bit. And we live in a very, very fast-paced world. And we're all a bit more aware of sustainability, being a bit more mindful as well as environmentally friendly. And just to be able to make things, upcycle things, reuse things, is brilliant, isn't it? And I must say, I think it's so much more personal if you're making a gift for somebody that you've made, or if you're wearing something to a special event or occasion and you've made it, you will honestly cherish it and look after it for years and years and years and years. Whereas clothes nowadays, I mean, my mum said, I never had as many clothes as what you have. I had clothes for 30 years. My mum still got clothes that she had when she was my age. She was Vic, in today's generation, we do just throw away too much stuff. Whereas now, I think we are more aware, and this is why I got into sewing and dressmaking, and I love quilting and patchwork. Bag making is brilliant. Those of you that watch Debbie Shaw, you will learn so much about bag making. £3.99 natural black, which would look again great with the Tula Pink. How lovely would this look? You could put some really bright, bold colours over the top of this and applique it on. Or use it as a bag base. Use it for the straps and contrast it with a really lovely bright colour. Or if you just want to do, you know, a black jacket or an embroider on top of it. So much that you can do with the cotton canvas. But it's lovely to have all of your company, by the way. There's so many people who are messaging in on YouTube and online, so thank you for your messages. Hi, Sharon. Oh, so what time is it in Brisbane? I suppose it's 8 p.m. somewhere, isn't it? It says you're having a cup of tea this morning. I'm drinking wine. I love that. So I was supposed to go to Brisbane this year. I'm so gutted with everything that's gone on. I hope you're keeping safe and well though over there. I was supposed to be coming over last April. 20 to 6 in the evening in Brisbane. Perfect wine time. Enjoy your glass of wine. Right, can we talk about H640? Because I've mentioned this a few times. So when we're talking about interfacing, especially with bag making, it is perfect to use a fusible fleece. It's really, really easy and convenient. So the one side is, you can feel it, slightly rougher. You can feel the glue dots on the background. It's not sticky. It's not going to be activated until you apply heat. But 1/2 metre, I mean, looks like this. Big square, 1/2 metre, and that's how you get it. Already comes pre-cut. Now this is an official Visaline product, so if you have a look on the website, it will give you lots of great guidelines of how to use it, but also on the edge, on the selvage edge, you can see that it has, you'll see it clearer at home, but it has some of your instructions, your pressing instructions. So just press it basically for 15 seconds onto your fabric. Now the other side is like this lovely fleecy. I wouldn't use this for a whole quilt. But for smaller projects, if you are using it for quilted bags, or if you're using it for quilted cushions, if you're using it for smaller wall hangings, if you're using it for table runners, then yeah, absolutely I would. If you want to just give it a bit of body, it's great that it's fusible because it's nice and quick and easy. Don't need to worry about basting it or, you know, tacking it in. It will just press with your iron. I would press it from the fabric side, just so that you're not losing any of that lofty feel, or put a pressing cloth over the top. You can by all means press on this, but just be ever so careful that you're not going to melt it. Just £10, and that's for a whole, not 1/2 metre, sorry, 1 metre piece. 1 metre piece of your H640. I'd go as far as saying it's one of, if not, okay, let's go top 5 most popular products that we sell ever. At most days, hundreds of units go. It's constantly on reorder, so we'll do everything in our power to be able to get it back. If you've got any bag making books, any of Debbie's bag making books, she'll always talk about a fusible fleece, and this is the one of choice. This is your H640, which when you first start in the craft world, you hear it a lot. H640, and it's like, what on earth are they talking about, H640? You can see here that this part is your glue, your bobbly bit, and then this is your lovely soft fleece, and it will just give your bag or your project a bit more body. It's not going to completely prop it up like a foam would, but it's easy to sew through. You can still sew through it just normally on your domestic machine without changing your foot or your needle, but it will just give it a bit more structure and stability. Using it in straps are just going to give it a bit more padding on you if you're doing a bit of a shoulder strap. Okay, I'm so pleased these are in stock. I've not seen these. I don't think I've done these since we've been part of Sewing Street, you know. No, and I love them. We've got the glittery PUs. Which one should we do first? Let's do silver. We've got silver and then we've got pink, and the silver has got like a rainbow glitter in. Now, where this I think would come into play great is if you're doing pockets. So if you're doing like an organiser and you want to clear pockets, if you're doing a backpack that you want to put pockets in that you can see things through, this is brilliant. You don't need to worry about, I mean, you can see that it's got the glitter running through. If you put a little bit of steam on it, obviously I'd be careful putting your iron on it, but just hover over with a bit of steam. Those creases will relax. It's just £2.99, and that's a lot. Let me show you what you get for 1/2 metre. I've seen somebody make like a raincoat with this. I've seen somebody do like a rain jacket, which looked really cute. It looked amazing. What was that? Sorry, Kat. There was a bag the other day. This was the outside. Then you can interchange with drawstrings bags on the inside. Different pattern fabrics. And it changes the bag completely. That is brilliant, isn't it? Yeah? So can you see that you've got this really lovely sparkle, the little glitter. It's like rainbow glitter. Oh, let me know what you're going to do with these. Let me know what you're going to do with your PUs. You can stitch through this absolutely fine still on your sewing machine. This is a great way to use your clips. I wouldn't pin into this because you're going to pierce holes. But if you clip, if you've got the early bird today, if you use the multi-purpose clips, then that's going to be fine to hold in place. You could do like a bound edge. You can bind it, which would look lovely. $2.99 is a great chance to try out working with PU if you never have. It looks very, very professional for pencil cases and things like that, the inside bits. They look really, really good. Then the pink. You can make a makeup bag, absolutely. Makeup bags would be brilliant. Oh, Hayley B suggested that. Morning, Hayley. Are you in today at all, Hayley, or not? That's just a question for our house. Okay, this one is with like a pink glitter, which is so, so pretty. It'd be nice to do a makeup bag or toiletry bag actually, because you can wipe it and you can see through. Or you could do those rolls, you know, like a makeup or craft bag roll, that your inside compartments can be made with this and a zip. You can still put a zip in it, obviously. But as I say, I'm trying to think of if you would need to change your foot. Maybe put your walking foot or your Teflon foot if you've got a Teflon foot on. But other than that, it will be absolutely fine. I know so many people who have said, oh, I'm really scared of working with PUs. And it's still fine, absolutely fine to sew with. £2.99.5 metre, that's your glitter. PVC rainbow fabric. See you then, Hayley. Okay, so that's your rainbow glitter, which honestly, it's the first time I think I've seen these in, and we've been trying to get them in for ages. They're so lovely. Can you see the rainbow colour a bit more now it's folded? You can't really see it, it's clearly on screen, but it's literally rainbow glitter. It's so beautiful. Just £2.99. Right, on this desk, then we'll make our way over to the other one. I've got some inspiration. This is a beginner's guide to bag making. So those of you that are starting out completely in the world of bag making, obviously we're struggling to be able to go on classes and workshops and courses at the moment. And whilst, yes, you can get lots of great information online, I like to work from a book. You know, sometimes it's just nice to be able to get a recipe book out when you're cooking. I feel the same when I'm sewing. It's really nice to be able to just sit, have a bit of a read through on a Sunday afternoon, on a rainy day, and then start to tackle the project. So in here you've got 20 different designs. Let's have a look through. So with our contents, you can see you've got lots of different styles of bags here, from drawstring bags to tote bags to more clutch bags, to makeup style bags or sort of folded bags. You're going to learn lots of lovely techniques, and they're all quite contemporary and modern designs. So it talks about different supplies and materials that you might find handy. Also, when we start the craft world, I feel like sometimes, especially bag making, you hear lots of different terminology that you think, is this a different language I'm hearing? Which I love that actually they've done you a glossary here at the start. So glossary and tips of things that might help you throughout the book. And then we go into our projects. Or beginner level, you're going to learn great skills. Still not a book bag of tote bags and really simple bags. You're still going to learn some really great techniques. So even in the first bag here, using hardware, using metal zips and working with hardware that gives you a real professional finish. Working with contrasting fabrics and pattern fabrics, talking about how to cut fabric to be able to get your placement as you want it. Shopping bags. A lot of the time with bags, oh, there's the one that we were talking about. So if you make, obviously, maybe the inside with your pineapple canvas, and then you could do the outer with one of your PUs, your clear PUs. That's got a drawstring on the inside and a strap and just a binded edge. That looks brilliant. So if you want to have a go at that, it's still classed as more of an advanced beginner, more intermediate. But have a go. You're going to learn the skills along the way. That's lovely, isn't it? Box bag. Courier bag with flap. What's Rachel say? Morning, Rachel. Duffel bag. PVC pencil cases, absolutely, that's a good idea. So you can wipe them clean, especially at the moment. I think that's a really good idea. So if you're making pencil cases, as I say, that's a really good fabric to do it with because you can wipe it. Good idea. Thanks, Rachel. How are you today? That's your bucket bag. See these lovely PUs as well at the bottom. We've got some PUs to show you. That's your waste bag. I do like these waste bags. I think they're great for walking. You know, like what they call bum bags. They look really nice, don't they? Well, I say they look really nice. Mine doesn't look as nice as that. If you've got some nice fabric, you could do it really lovely. Mine's just in like a Walker's one. Not Walker's Crisps one. Just like a walk-in one. Just not. It's not very nice actually. I'd like to make my own. Travel bags, so bigger star bags, weekend bags using feet bases. A bowling bag, I like the shape of that one. That's really nice. How to do different ways of doing straps. So, I mean, there's loads of inspiration in here. For $13.99, 20 projects, pence per project. Absolute pence per project. Plus then, you're getting all of your templates as well. You're getting all your templates. Right, anything that we don't get a chance to do this out, we'll try and put it in our 10 o'clock hour because we've still got loads of PUs and all sorts that we want to show you, but all of your templates are in there. Shall I still come over? Oh no, let's have a look behind me. This is a complete bag making masterclass. I've never seen this one before. This is new to me. A comprehensive guide to modern bag making techniques. So lots of lovely occasion bags. Once again, your templates, which are on really nice glossy paper. So you're going to be able to reuse these again and again. In fact, I know me and Adele were having the discussion and saying, are you a tracer or are you a cutter? I think it's a bit different with bag making because if you cut these, you can still keep them nice and neatly in your pouch at the back. But you could trace these out, so then that these are lovely. You've also got all of your bags, like your carry-on bag, your shoulder bags, your crisscross shoulder bag, your city tote. These are lovely. Looking at all the different textures as well. Interchangeable cross bag. That's lovely. Maybe anybody who's going off to university. My mum's starting uni this term. She's doing psychology. I know, I'm so proud of her. She's brilliant. So she did a level 1 and 2, and now she's saying, do you know what, I'm going to do the degree course. So she was really nervous because she was like, oh, everyone's going to be so much younger than me. And I said, no, it's brilliant. Keep your mind going. And she's loving it. She's been studying and studying, so she's starting off at uni. So I wanted to make her a nice uni bag. There's your piped bag, different ways of doing techniques and professional finishing, touching, shaping. This is really nice how it's sort of sectioned out as well. It's not individual project by project. They sort of do it in techniques. So this is your handles and straps, the professional finishes, all the different techniques are there. How to do bag feet and solid bases, how to do locks. I know I'm flicking through this the wrong way really, but if I'm being brutally honest, there's no point me going through page by page because then you won't buy it. So I want you to make sure that you get this home and have a really good look. But all the way through, it's very, very clear with your instructions, broken down beautifully into step-by-step instructions. But a whole masterclass or a whole course and workshop, how much does it cost to go on these workshops and courses? It's just £19.49. Oh, I like this. Right. This section is all about fabrics and interfacing. So it will talk to you about quilting cottons, canvases, the canvas that we were talking about. So canvas can bring bags a more of a utility look, whereas tapestry fabrics provide a very structured finish. They both work well for larger bags and that they benefit from added form. Being prepared to apply interfacing right up to the edges to prevent fraying, apply fray check. It gives you some really great tips depending on what fabrics you're working with cork, with faux leather, with tweeds and wools, different interfacing, different stabilizers. In fact, there's the fusible fleece in here as well. There's got a whole section on fusible fleece. So I like that. Just £19.49, because sometimes, don't get me wrong, I love some patterned fabrics. And I think, I don't know if that's going to work with this project. I don't know. And with dressmaking, they give you a list of suggested fabrics, don't they? But with bag making, you're kind of just left to your own devices. So it's really good to be able to have, right, what fabric, learn about different fabrics and what's going to work well. So that's your complete bag masterclass book. If you missed the start of the show this morning, maybe if you were watching on YouTube or on the web, I know that we were a couple of minutes late, you will have missed these. And they are beautiful digital printed cotton canvases. So, 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 so soft, I must say. When you get this home, you'll go, hang on, is this a canvas? Yeah, it's a weightier cotton canvas. It's lovely. $5.99 half metre. And that digital print is lovely. You've got the lovely leaves, you've got the pineapples. Are these, what flowers are they? They look like pansies. What are they called? Anybody on YouTube? Whoever gets in first gets a prize. Just the glory. Just the glory. Glory is the best prize, isn't it? Just knowing. $5.99. Did anybody watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Friday? The first millionaire in 14 years. He was brilliant. He used one lifeline. It was so good. I was like, right, come on, we've got to watch it and see how far we'd get. I would have gone home with, I think, £300. I wasn't too good. My mum said, oh, you should enter. I said, Mum, I've got to the third question and I have no idea. I'll have used all my lifelines. I'll be awful. It's a hibiscus. It's hibiscus. Cat wins. You win the glory. Oh, sending Vic Pete loads of love in Gibraltar. How are you? How are you? How are you? We miss you loads and loads and loads. Sending you loads of love. When are you back over? When are you coming back over? Fingers crossed you can come and see us soon in our new swanky studio. We've been in here almost a week now, and on screen, I know that to you it might not look completely different, but I must say it makes a huge difference to us. Literally huge, because it's so much more space. Oh, I'd say even more. I'd say about 10 times the size. I reckon about 10 times the size of our old studio. It's amazing. The Rust Lilies is this one. Beautiful autumnal colours. Very, very limited on this. In fact, I think that this one could sell out. It's only £5.99 a half metre. And I like the contrast of having that lovely, almost like burnt orange in the background, and then the detail of the white and black. Oh, you didn't answer my question, Vic. When are you back? When are you coming over to see us? She's over in Gibraltar. Those of you that know Vic Pete, she's just messaged in. Oh, we love her. Okay, so that one is about to sell out, by the way. It is extremely, extremely limited. Check out as much as you possibly can. Should we have a look at what Sally's got coming up in her hour? So behind me, you can see she's made it into a table runner, which is great because I know a lot of us who have these quilting books. This one's from, no, the other one's from Pam and Nickel. That one's Pam and Nickel Top. This one is from the Modern Curves and Bold Shapes book, which is, I think, brand new to us. I'd not seen it before. But what I love about it is that Sally's sort of taken one of the patterns. Well, I certainly sometimes get very overwhelmed by thinking, that's an 80-inch square quilt. I haven't got the time to do that. Whereas just taking elements of it and learning new techniques. So if you've never done curves before, instead of trying to do the whole quilt, why not just take it step by step, block by block, and even make yourself a table runner to start off with. Then once you pluck up the courage and you gain that knowledge and the techniques, you'll be able to build up to do the quilt. But I mean, that looks beautiful, doesn't it? It does look beautiful. The colours as well look quite sort of retro-y cool. If you have got any questions about curved piecing or any tips about curved piecing, of course, we're an interactive show and we love, love, love to hear from you. It's studio@sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com, which is the email address that will go straight through to my producer, Kat, in the gallery. And if by magic, we're on the other set, just so you can see behind me, Sally's second project, which is coming up at 11 o'clock. Now, this is the Pam and Nikki Lintuck design, which is using beautiful jelly rolls. Look at that fabric. Can't you tell that that is the one and only Tula Pink? The handmade collection is back, and it's in that jelly roll, which has been so popular. So I'd love to hear your tips on curves, because I did say to Sally, do you think clips would help? And she says, oh, yeah. She's going to be using a couple of different techniques of how to, you know, put the curve together, whether it be with a glue pen, whether it be with pins or clips, indeed. So today's early bird, you're saving £10. For anybody who missed it at the top of the hour, saving £10, which is one of the biggest savings you'll see on an early bird, and you're getting 50 of your multi-purpose. See, I used to always call these binding clips, but there's so many more uses for them. If you're doing bag making, absolutely perfect. If you're doing quilting, dressmaking, if you're making cushions, if you're making any soft furnishing, in fact, if you're doing toy making, across all crafts, they're extremely popular. They've got that nice flat base, they open up lovely and wide, and they are really lovely quality. In fact, if you do love a bargain like me, if you really like the early bird special today, it might be worth, over the next couple of minutes, whilst we're getting Sally on, just typing in the word early bird. Type it in on the website and see what's on there. Hint. I can't say any more. Anyway, we're going to a break. We're going to get Sally on. Don't go anywhere. Search the word early bird. And we will see you with Sally Stevens. We've got the most beautiful quilting project from a great book coming up right after this.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for the ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for your company today. It's lovely to have everybody with us on YouTube, on the web, on the website, which is great to have you, of course, on Freeview and Sky as well. We've had loads of messages coming in. Really excited about today's show because I think this is a technique that all of us would love to learn. When you start in the world of patchwork and quilting, how many of us try to avoid curves for too long, really, especially when you start to look through lots of different books and get some great inspiration on Pinterest and online. There's so many projects that I think I'd love to do that, but I'm just don't want to do curves. I keep avoiding different patterns. Whereas today, we're going to conquer and demystify our fear of curves. Of course, we've got Sally Stevens to help us with that, and also a really, really great, I'm going to call it a new book because it's new to me and Kat. And me and Kat virtually live here, let's face it. So this is new to us. So I'm presuming this is a brand new book. And what I love about it as well is you've got some real great modern quilts in here. But let's face it, if you mix it in with some of your moders or if you mix it in with some of your more traditional colourways, they're going to look completely different. But you've got 15 different quilts in here. So today's show is a bit different. We're not constructing a whole quilt. We're not going to tell you about how to construct a whole quilt. The book does do that for you. But we're going to be looking at more techniques. So I have been calling for you to message in and send in any of your tips with curves or any questions that you might have for Sally about problems that you might have had with curves in the past. Message in and we'll try and answer them on air today. But look at all of these really, really beautiful projects. It's got quite a retro feel to it, actually. So you've got so many different full quilt instructions, choosing fabrics for your projects, having the right tools for the job, and then it goes into templates, basting tools, pressing tools. That's all again about your tools, and then cutting techniques. Obviously, when you're cutting and using rotary cutters, that's my first thing that I think is, how can I go round a curve when I'm so used to, cutting in straight lines only with piecing. Piecing basics with curves, making quarter circles, making lots of different shapes, trimming, pressing, seam allowance, all of these different things are covered in the book with really lovely instructions, very, very clear photographs as well, which is lovely. And then we go into the projects. So you've got retro spin. I must say, I do love seeing curves in quilting. They look beautiful. These nice bright colours. I mean, that is a 70-inch quilt. This one's 60 by 72-inch quilts. So even if you're thinking, right, this is a bit daunting for me to manage a whole quilt, why not just do one section? And this is sort of what we're going to be talking about today. So on page 74, I'm going to skip forward. we're looking at prevailing winds, and don't get me wrong, you could do the whole 49 by 56 inch quilt. Yes, great for a lap quilt or a crib size quilt, or also great as a table runner. So those of you that have seen already on Facebook, or if you've seen in the last hour, the table runner that Sally's made behind us, it's a really great way of just taking it step by step before you even start diving into doing the whole quilt. Don't get me wrong, whole quilt looks amazing, but we want to conquer our fear of curves first. Concert, ruched looks beautiful. It's a great chance to get a bit creative with your quilting as well. You could do some lovely echo quilting. So there's lots of lovely projects. It's great value for money as well when you're looking £21.99 to say that you can pay £10 per pattern, can't you sometimes? And this one has got 15 projects in there, so it is brilliant as a great skill builder. Plus then you've got all of your templates at the back. So yes, we'll talk about it with Sally. You can use different rulers to help you, you can use different cutters to help you, but all of your templates that you're going to need for every project in the book, you don't need anything additional really. You can use the templates in the back. So we'll talk about some fabrics with Sally. This is, I say, normally we would put together a bundle that, say, makes the whole quilt, whereas this is more of a technique-based show. So we've been working with Sally and putting together some colours. Can we steal this bundle for one of our bundle shows? Because how beautiful are these colours together? You've got half a metre of each of these colours for $19.99, 3 meters of each, and you're getting such a lovely combination of colour. You're getting half a metre of jade, half a metre of sky, half a metre of cream, half a metre of nude, half a metre of pink, and half a metre of grey. Light grey for $19.99, and that will be enough, you know, to get going, to start going. If you do want to make maybe the table runner, if you want to have a bit of a practice with any of the other blocks that are in the book, then absolutely you can dive in. And what a beautiful colourway. I'd be even thinking other projects. That is just a really lovely bundle, which I don't think we've put together before. So that's really, really nice. Absolutely make the most of that. That's $19.99. Another option is, do you want to do the Tilda ones or this one? We've got the Tilda 2 metre bundle. Mixing this in with your stash as well, mixing it in with your solids is going to make it go even further. And you're making a saving on this one. If you want to practice doing those lovely curves, this is going to look beautiful. £19.96. It's saving £4. All from the Tilda Plum Garden range, which I've generally only really seen in pre-cuts. We've had a lot of the charm packs. Haven't seen much of it by the half metre, so it's lovely to be able to see your teardrops, which is like the Tilda Paisley print really, isn't it? Your ducks, duck nest, you've got the lovely wildflower, and you've also got your Tilda dot as well. £4 saving on that one, definitely worth making the most of it. I know lots of you have already got lots of fabric in your stash, but if you do want to make the most of any of the bundles, that's a saving of £4 today. Right, is there anything else that we want to mention? Just briefly, this massive bundle of fabric. What I would do is I'd have these, maybe, I mean, you could mix that in maybe with the grey, or have a bit of a play. What I love about this, we were talking about doing a bit of a pick and mix show later. It's part of your sort of quilting journey, is learning, right, which fabrics are going to go together really well. You're getting a big stash builder bundle here, where you're getting 7.5 meters of fabric. So you get 3 meters of your blue. Oh, let me just start again. You're getting 1.5 meters of candy blue, 1 meter of dark grey, 1 meter of light grey, 1 meter of light lilac, 1 meter of magenta. So all of these meters, this one's 1.5 meters. All of those, plus we're also going to throw in as well 2 designer Moda prints, 1/2 meter of each, and the stripe's going to be good. We'll talk about the stripe in a bit, because I know with the project that we're doing today, you can make your own stripe with your solids, or you could use a stripe print. So this is going to be great for that. So both of those fabrics included as well. That's £52.99. We can recap any of the others, or we'll talk about different ways of cutting circles later. But first, Sally, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
It's so good to have you back with us.
Yes,
What
and
do
in
you
the new
think?
studio.
Do you like it?
Exciting, yes, I do.
So much better, isn't it?
Space.
It's just nice to have space.
It is. It is.
It is.
Plenty
It's
of
lovely
room
to
to
have you
work.
anyway.
Thank
And
you.
curves, I know this is something that doesn't fear you at all, but do you find that a lot of people who come to classes or workshops or learning to sew ask you about curves?
Yes, and it is something that put the fear into me originally,
Right,
you know.
okay.
I mean, it's something I thought we're never going to be able to do that. But with the advent of new tools and new ideas, it can be done.
Brilliant. So this is more of a technique-based show. I know that you've put together a table runner. So this is what's brilliant as well about remembering when you get a quilt book or project book, you can take elements from books, can't
Yes.
you, to create different projects?
Yeah, that's right. So I will be showing you how to make that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that then, if you did make that, is repeated twice like that, and then twice more with a slightly shorter panel on this side, so the
Right.
curve moves this way. But other than that, yeah, it's so if I can just show on the picture, if you can see that against it.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the other way around and some of that way around. So that's all the difference is. Once you've made one of those, you've got the drift of it then, and you'll be able to make the whole quilt.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so you can see how that comes together. But equally, even just as a table runner, looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I thought if I'm going to show this, I want to show it made into something ideally.
Yeah.
And it just lends itself perfectly to a table runner.
It does. So, you know, normally when you put together a quilt, you've got block, 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 rows of blocks, basically. Are the blocks with this, or how is it constructed?
It's constructed, if I just move that away, this is just a single square.
Okay.
Okay, so that's really easy. That's a single rectangle.
Yeah.
These stripes, I'll show you how to do those, that they're pieced in this case. That's a single rectangle, the cream. And then we have these 3 curved corners
Okay.
and 3 curved arcs and 3 little segments.
That sounds a lot of curves.
It's a lot of curves, but I'll show you how quickly it can come together
Oh, brilliant.
and
And
how
it's so
accurately
effective,
as well.
isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So that's the idea really, because there are curves on the inside and curves on the outside here, and joining straight lines to curves. So we're trying to pack in quite a lot. Really.
Brilliant. Let's go for it then. Let's go for it.
Okay. So should we just go through some circle cutting template techniques first?
Yeah,
or-
fantastic.
Okay. So I've demonstrated these before, but I'll show again, because cutting out things like these, circles and half circles, you can do it by using templates,
Right.
but they're not always very accurate. And if you want to cut out a lot of them, then something like a special ruler will be a great help. So one of the rulers I've got here, this is new to me.
Oh, these are great, aren't they? I've really found it difficult to do a full circle, just cutting it freehand.
Yeah.
Or looking for a bowl that's the right size in
Yeah,
the cupboard.
that's right. It's what I used to do before, draw around a plate or something. And then if you draw around a plate or a saucer or whatever, as I've demonstrated before, if you use a pencil, you get a thin line, so you cut on that. If you use a felt pen, say, you get a thick line. Do you cut on the inside of it or the outside of it? And that could make 1/8 of an inch, even 1/4 of an inch difference.
Yeah.
So those little differences over the size of a whole quilt could mean that you're 1 inch or more out by the time you get to the end of it. So if you've got something that's really, really accurate, you're halfway there.
Brilliant.
So this is the Fiskars circle ruler. If I just get one of my little mats so you can see it a little bit easier.
I like the fact that it feels safe. You know, you're getting into the groove.
Oh,
Almost
yeah.
like when you're using your stripology rulers.
Yeah.
It is a rotary blade in there, but
It
feels really
is.
safe.
So this is a ruler with
Yeah.
little sticky grips on the bottom, and it's got your 1/2 inch markings, and you cut in these grooves. And the way to do that is to put a piece of fabric underneath it that's folded in half. So you'll be cutting a half circle, but it will become a full circle. So I'll just put a piece of fabric underneath. I'm going to cut a small one here. So So I'm still a little bit struggling with one of my...
I know you are. Oh, but you're getting, like you said you're getting acupuncture, you're getting all sorts, aren't you?
Yeah,
Trying
all
to
sorts.
help it.
And that's really helped because I was in 2 splints last time I was on, so one is better.
Oh, good. It's not stopping you though, is it?
It's not
still,
stopping me.
It's still busy.
No, that's right. So there we go. So what you do is you line, the instructions are on the back of the packet.
Ah, fab.
Can you see the packet? There's lots of instructions, but they're in different languages. So really, it's very, very simple. It's just that little
nice,
one.
easy.
And at the bottom, it does tell you how to change the blade if you need to as well. Okay.
Oh, in fact, you can do that with the blade changing tool that you might have got with the Fiskars big ruler. That was the. Actually, no, you can't. That's 45 degree. Ignore me.
Yeah, that would be different one. So you line up the fold of your fabric with the line that's marked on the ruler, and then you have this cutter, which if you've got dodgy hands, it is really helpful. It comes with a guard as well, so that just clips on, and you can't feel the blade at all. Okay,
Yeah.
It's only when you press down, and I'll just do that this way, that you can then see the blade.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
If you hold it there, just still, then Paul will be able to show everybody. Thanks, Paul.
So it's in when it's just at rest, and then when you press it down, the blade comes out.
Right, fantastic.
Okay,
Yeah.
see that? Now there is like a little mark on this circular part to show you where to put the blade in, because it's in one direction. So I've just coloured it in with pen just so that you can see
at home. Good idea.
So if you can see that little purple mark, I don't know if you can. But,
Yeah.
that's just so that you can see what I'm doing. So you put it into the slot.
And you don't turn your hand. It almost
It rotates.
Rotates.
It rotates. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. So although the blade doesn't rotate inside the housing, the handle rotates.
It took me a couple of times to get the hang of it. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because you're just moving it around literally like that. You're not having to turn your wrist or turn your hand at all, which is great. Oh no!
So I've got plenty more. Trying to be too clever there to show you what it looked like. So yeah, so that's what it does look like.
Yeah.
Always be careful to cut on your cutting mat. And
Yes.
thingy. So now we've got a perfect circle.
Oh, brilliant. And you can cut from 2-inch right up to 12-inch with that.
Yes, you can.
And so, not necessarily for the project that we're doing today, but just in general, cutting circles, that's
Yes.
going to make life a lot easier, isn't
Yes, and for things like, I like to use circles for things like coasters, little mats to go under plant pots,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So I think they're really brilliant for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love them. And then you can put them on top of and next to each other to create other effects. So, and of course you can create half circles as well, which I've just cut a couple there to show.
Brilliant.
Those.
And nice for applique projects, aren't they?
Yeah,
Like a
lovely for applique.
sunset and things like that.
I've got a few more samples here. So you can do things like this with a quarter circle. You can do things like that.
Yeah. Brilliant.
And if you wish, you can put bond web on the back first before you cut, and then you've got a perfectly bond webbed piece to press on.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea, because again, if you draw on the back of bond web and cut it out with scissors, it's never round.
No, it's never the same.
And that's one that I've appliqued on.
Oh, lovely.
So you could either hand or machine stitch around that. And then just playing with bits and bobs, really.
I think this is a good place to start. If you're scared of stitching round the curve, you've bond webbed it on, and then you can practice obviously just doing your stitching round without having to piece it to the background.
So that was just an example where I cut a circle out of a rectangular piece of fabric.
Right.
You could do that. Now, I'm not going to say recommend this, but you could use it if you're a card maker to cut out aperture circles out of your cards.
So this isn't just used
So
with
it isn't
fabric?
just for fabric, you could use it for card as well. Whether you might need two blades, you've got a paper blade and a fabric blade, but I haven't had enough time to sort of practice with that. And then I just got sort of really silly with that one. And
Oh, brilliant. There's loads you can do.
yeah.
Oh, fantastic. This is the great thing, isn't it, about once you conquer curves, possibilities are endless.
Yeah, they're fantastic. And there you go. Look, I've got my blade under the fabric, but it's not going to hurt me. Yeah, so that's good. And the exact same techniques, but using a different ruler, if you like, just to show you
the Creative Grids
one.
So this is
just move
your
that to one
non-slip
side.
circle savvy ruler. Again, you can do circle, half circle, quarter circle with these as well. And this, like we said with Viscose, they had like the sticky bits. This has got the built-in non-slip grip, hasn't it?
They do. It's a really nice ruler because it's got loads of sizes on it. It goes from, well, 3.5, so from 3 inches rather, up to 15.
Wow.
And then from 3.5 to 15.5. So you can make some blooming big. big
I like the fact that it's also got the diameter, you know, by the half inch, because quite often patterns call for not just full inch circles, don't
That's
they?
right. So that's really, really neat. And I think I probably did this with one of these. Now I'm going to see. Last time I demonstrated this, I made with Debbie.
Yeah.
Oh, I made such a mess of it.
Oh.
I didn't have a 1/4 inch foot on the machine. I thought, oh, never mind, I can
So that's
manage.
why when you came in this morning, I said,
Oh, on the quarter
of an inch foot, that's all I need, and I need one. I need one. Not being a diva or anything, Sally, but she's like, I need a 1/4 inch foot. And that's, now I understand why.
So let's see if I can do this time without making a right hash of it. These are just odd, you know, bits of fabric that I've used before or acquired, so I'll give those out the way. So what I'm going to do is put my, where's it gone? I'm going to cut. I do hope I'm going to cut correctly. Oh, and one piece at a time, sorry. So I'm going to cut this, fold this into quarters, and I'm going to cut this out and on the ruler here it's got the measurements that you want to use. It's also got angles if you wanted to do wedge shapes.
Oh, nice.
And it's got the little teardrop ends so that when you put your cutter in, you start before you get to the fabric.
Now, you've reached for your little cutter. Do you find that helps?
With this ruler, I found that certainly for the smaller curves,
it was 28 mil.
That's the 28 mil one, yeah. I found there's one smaller. I think is that the 18 mil?
Yeah.
And I tried that on another show, but it was a little bit too small. So I found this one good for the first few circles, and then the normal 45 mil for the larger circles. But you can have a practice in a plane. It depends as well on how thick your fabric is.
Okay.
So let's see if I can do this. So I'm going to cut out an 8-inch circle. I haven't gone quite the way through there. As I say, I'm a little bit struggling with my wrists, but I'll just recut it. Sounded better. Yep. So I've got my circle there, and then I'm going to cut out a slightly larger circle. Sorry, slightly smaller circle for the outside.
Right.
That was an 8 inch, so I'm going to cut a 7.5 inch. Try and press a bit harder on this one. Just make sure I've got this right.
Yeah. What is it? Delphine's tip is measure twice, cut once. You have to, and it's different when you're on telly.
Will I cut through that? No, I haven't done it very well. It isn't my cutting hand actually that's the problem. I can't press very hard on this one, so.
You're right. Are you right-handed anyway?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
But like you say, it's just holding it down, isn't it?
It is. Oh, I'm going to just trim it with scissors. Will you excuse
Yeah.
me to do that?
All right. This is your creative grid, by the way. This is the creative grids circle savvy ruler. It's the first time I've seen this one, actually. I've not seen the circle savvy. And what I like about all the creative grid rulers is that they give you a lot of info on the ruler itself. So, like you said, it's got all of the angles, but it's also got, it just reminds you that's where your fold line needs to be. Also, that's where your 1/4 inch seam allowance is, with seam allowance or without seam allowance as well, which is good, isn't it?
So that you can cut corners, you can cut half circles, you can cut complete circles.
Yeah.
And if you want a demonstration, there are lots of demonstrations actually on the website, and if you scan the QR code, they come up. There's some really nice demos actually.
I think they're really, really good, creative grids, at giving you lots of sort of online help.
Yeah.
There's lots of videos. And this, I always thought was like a little leaflet that just says this on the front, but actually you get instructions
Oh,
in
you
there,
do,
don't
you do, yeah, yeah. So, I've now got a circle that I want to put inside another circle.
Right, this sounds tricky.
And this is where I made a right mess of it last time. So what we're trying to achieve, just in case it goes wrong again, is
Right.
that. And you'll see on the back that the circle is set in with a 1/4 inch seam. So that's the reason why I've cut my circle 1/2 inch larger all the way around. So I'd
Do
already...
you glue pen that in, hold it
That's
in?
what I'm going to do.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So for this technique, and you can do it with complete circles, half circles and 1/4 circles. But I'm going for the
Go for
big
the big
one.
one. We believe in you.
So I already creased it, so we've got sort of north, south, east and west there. We need to line those up. So first of all, I will line up the curved part of the outer to the mark on the inner and pin that. Do the same on the right hand side. On the bottom, and I'll lift this up and show you what it's going to look like before I sew it. And on the fourth side.
Debbie's asking, I wonder whether you can cut waist on a circle skirt with the savvy ruler. Depends, because it goes up to, the biggest size I think is 15.5 inches, isn't it?
Yep, it is. So
that's quite a small
that's
waist.
a small waist.
But by all means, yeah, if you've got a 15.5 inch waist, you could.
But I'm wondering whether you could do it by folding the fabric in half, and so you'd have a 15.5 plus a 15.5.
Right, yeah.
So maybe you could do 2 half circles rather than just one single one, which you'd probably do anyway for a circle skirt because you want lots of fabric, don't you? I'm not a dressmaker, so...
have a go, have a go. Let's
have a go. So, stage 1, I've pinned the 4 sides.
Okay.
Okay, so the outer is pinned to the edge of the inner piece. And then we need our glue pen.
Oh, we love this glue pen. I mean, this is used, English paper pieces, love it. Bag makers love it for inserting zips, curves. It's going to hold things in place temporarily, isn't it?
It is, because traditionally when you put a curve together, you put lots and lots and lots and lots of pins all the way around here. Now you can do that. I'm not saying that's wrong at all, but it takes a long time. You can get little pleats in it. Plus, when you come to sew, it's much easier to accidentally go over a pin. Yeah. And then you either damage your fabric, damage your pins, or damage your sewing machine needle. So anything you can do to avoid that is recommended. So now I'm just going to glue around the edge.
And it's not just like a normal craft glue, it is a specially developed sewer's glue.
It is, and mine's a bit melty because it's so warm in here. If I've got one that isn't quite as melted.
They're on the website, by the way. They are on the website. So sorry that we haven't got the graphic here live. But if you go to www.sewingstreet.com, can you click on more information for me, please, Paul, at the bottom? Oh, thank you, Kat. So the item code there, EAYV86. So if you want to speak to the customer service team, or just ask them for the Skyline glue pen. There you go. Zoomed in a little bit so you can see it a bit clearer.
I wouldn't be without it, and I've got several. use them a lot, and you get a refill with that as well. So I've done a little line of glue around just 1/4 of this, and I'm just going to ease the two together. And you're working with bias edges here, so be gentle. You don't want to stretch it.
Okay.
And if you want to, you can put another pin in there, but it's not necessary.
So would you do it 1/4 by 1/4 at the machine?
I will do it that way. When I did it before, I did it all the way around and got in a right mess. So
Okay.
we'll see how we go.
So your 1/4 of an inch foot is going to help you?
Definitely, definitely. And as always, when you put your 1/4 inch foot on, always check that the needle is actually going in at the 1/4 inch point where you want it.
Okay.
So normally you need to move your needle over to the right as well as putting the foot on. The foot isn't magic,
Yeah.
it's a guide, but it's the position of the needle, and your sewing machine manual will tell you how to do that. So here we go. Because the glue's holding this nice and flat,
Yeah.
although you've got pleats here, you've got no pleats actually at the sewing edge.
It's good on these machines as well that you can slow your speed down if you are nervous about curves. You can obviously control the speed of it.
Yeah. Making a very strange noise.
Yeah, that is squeaky a bit, isn't it?
Let's try that anyway. Right, so we should be all right with that. Oh. Scissors.
Oh, the ruler now is extremely limited. Loads of people have checked out on the Circle Savvy ruler. I think there is limited stock. I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't want to put anybody off. If we say, it's always the curse of the one, isn't it? Not that there's one, there's a couple more than that. But yeah, there's still availability.
So, just bobbing down there. That's the first 1/4 of the circle sewn. You can see how that's
Yeah, and that's not
there.
got any pleats, so it's not it's not puckered at all.
So we carry all the way around. Have we got time for me to carry it all the way around, or do we want to move on to the...
Yeah, I think let's move on to
quilt.
the projects in the book, because that's just good to be able to see, like you say, there's loads of different ways of doing.
So that's a really neat way of setting in a circle if you wish to, and creating that effect.
We always love
there.
another use for a glue pen.
Oh yes, I really do use them a lot. Glue pens and quilt clips.
Oh yeah, it's today's early bird. I did say to Sally earlier on, well, these help at all with curves, but actually, look, you've got yourself nice and organised for the next part of the demo with the quilting clips, with the multi-purpose clips, haven't you?
I clip everything together because I like my, labels and whatnot, so that I know what I'm doing, hopefully know what I'm doing. And they're brilliant, and you don't get yourself stabbed with pins and all the rest of it. And if I'm doing a quilt with lots of rows, I would just clip a number like row 1, row 2, or block 1, block 2. Again, because if you pin them, the pins can come out,
Good
or
idea.
you can stab yourself, which we don't want. So, as I explained with that one, I'll go over it again. We have these little components. So I'm going to demonstrate the same kind of one as we've got here. So that is the left-hand square. So that's done and dusted. That one's easy. And then I'll go for a different colour on the right-hand side. So
I
let's go
like
for
this
the
colour
pink.
bundle, do you?
Yes. Well, I had a bit of choice in it. Didn't I?
Oh, you had a bit of saying it. It does look really lovely together. I've never seen this combination of colours, and they look really nice.
The pink wasn't in originally,
Yeah.
and it just didn't have
Yeah.
that little bit of a wow, so we put that in. So this one will go here when it's trimmed out.
And how was the book to work with? Because I've not seen
Yeah.
this quilt book
Yeah, the
before.
instructions are very clear. That, I think, as you've said, there's 15 projects in. This one, I've scribbled on the book, but yeah, this one, 49 by 56 inches. It's got all the fabrics that you need, other materials that you might need, like backing and what have you, what templates you need, and then a clear list of what you've got to cut from each one,
Lovely.
how to do creating the
You can turn
stripes.
it round towards yourself.
Oh,
That's
right.
fine.
Oh, I've got used to the other way now. It took me so long to get used to the other way, and I've got to do it the other way again. Okay, so yeah, so brilliant instructions and everything laid out for you, and it tells you step by step how to assemble it. I mean, you can see the instructions are really just that.
Yeah,
page.
great.
It's very simple. So that was good. So you can either use a striped fabric
Oh yeah, we were talking about that with the Moda bundle.
for this part,
Mm-hmm.
or as I've done, I've pieced it with 2 different colours. It's up to you which colours you use, obviously. They are just 1-inch strips, like these. And you cut your 1-inch strips across the width of the fabric. That's the whole 42 inches, what have you.
Yeah.
And then you sew them together. If you were using pattern fabric, you'd do that right sides together, obviously, and press. When you're sewing strips like this, they can get a bit wobbly, so I tend to sew in one direction and then back the other. Another way to do it is to sew the strips 2 together, 2 together, 2 together, and then join those. And if it does get a bit wobbly, which this one's probably got a bit wobbly because it's been in my bag, then just press it again. And again, the other thing, actually, glue pens, clips, and best press. They're my 3 things.
Absolutely. Best press, like you said, also when you're working with curves, you're probably going to be talking a lot about bias edges. So that's going to really help to avoid warping the fabric.
It does. And if you have accidentally warped it, it helps you put it back to rights again. So
fab.
that's fine. So then we have, in this book, we have templates. Templates are all in the back of the book, and they're all
trace
clearly
them out?
labelled.
Or
I've
cut them?
photocopied them onto ordinary paper, and then I've just put them onto a piece of cardboard. You could use template plastic, and that's especially useful if you've got fabrics that are patterned and you want to do a bit of fussy cutting. But for these solids, it doesn't really matter, but you have 3 templates for this one: a quarter circle, an arc, and what they call the concave piece, which is the outside piece here. So I photocopied them and put them onto card, and usually as well, somewhere on here I will write what the name of the project is or the book, so that another time
You can use them again.
you can use them again. Yeah,
And that's including your seam allowance, isn't it?
it is.
Yeah. Great.
So for the little curves in the circle here, I'm going to cut out. I'm going to draw it actually. You can just cut this freehand with a rotary cutter, but I wouldn't recommend it. So I would draw around the template and cut it out. But
Pair of scissors.
pair of scissors, nice long pair of scissors, and cut that out. And cut it out as smooth as you can, but it will be lost in the seam allowance, so don't worry if it's not quite. And you need 3 of these. There you go. So that's one cut out. Now we need to join that to one of these arcs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we do exactly the same technique as we've just done there. Fold this in half, just crease slightly. Fold this curve in half, and crease that. Just finger press.
Okay.
And then you'd think that you have to put it that way round. It's going to end up that way round, so you need to turn it over. So it looks a bit odd, looks like it's never going to fit.
I've had loads of messages coming in about that glue pen. I've just had a message in saying the glue pen is a game changer.
It is.
Absolutely is.
It is, yeah.
And it's not going to gum up your needle, your sewing machine needle, is it?
It's specially designed for fabrics, so unlike sort of the paper glue, dry glue sticks, you could use them, but they aren't really recommended for using with a machine or indeed for hand sewing, because they can be quite sticky and they could clog up your needle. I've found, it's so warm in here, mine have gone a little bit soft.
Oh, we can put the aircon
Just
on.
put them in the fridge, and they'll be back to rights. So again, just a little line of glue there, and ease it round. And I'll probably just put another pin at the other end, just to secure it. They're quite small pieces. Same on this side.
And it will fit. I always think with a concave and a convex, you think it doesn't look like it's going to fit initially, but
yes, it does. So, and I'm doing this, you know, in a bit of a hurry, so you could obviously do a slower and steadier job.
When you're doing curves, do you need to reduce your stitch length or anything like that at all?
I've got this one set on 2.8.
Okay. So
Yeah,
lengthen
a
slightly.
smaller stitch length means you're going to get a slightly more accurate curve.
Right.
But I don't really make a big worry of it.
And you're just kind of pivoting your...
Just pivoting. So you're keeping the raw edge of your fabric butted up against the edge of the 1/4 inch
Okay.
foot. Your needle's already been set slightly to the right. And just turn it as you go.
You're making this look a breeze.
Somebody explained to me once, and it's apparently scientifically true, although I can't tell you how to prove it, that a circle is actually loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of little straight lines.
Yeah, that is
So,
true.
I don't
yeah,
know
because your stitch is straight, isn't
Because
it?
your stitch is straight, because you're sewing with straight stitches.
That's it.
So you just go very steadily.
Yeah.
And as I've said before, if you're going to be sewing something different that you're not used to or you haven't tried before, perhaps try with some scrap fabrics, but also slow down.
Yeah.
There is no need to rush.
Now with curves, is there any way that you would particularly press your seam?
With this one, because this is quite bulky, the stripy part is quite bulky, so I wouldn't fold it in. You
Okay.
can do, and again, if you use your best press, that will help. But you tend to find with a lot of these seams, and certainly with curved ones, the fabric tells you what it wants
Yeah.
to do.
Yes.
So there you go.
We've literally got about 5 minutes. I don't know
Oh,
where
no.
the hours ran away with us.
No. So that is the first part,
Nice.
which goes on there. So you need to make 3 of
So
those.
repeat that 3 times.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And we've got these outers to put on, which I'll just quickly go with one of these blue ones. Exactly the same thing. Fold in half, lightly crease. Fold in half, lightly crease. Pin the 2 creases together.
See, I would think I've got this the wrong way round.
Yeah, because it looks like, well, how's that going to
Yeah.
work? But it does.
So you do the middle first, and then
I always
just
pin the
almost
middle
like-
first
yeah,
and
ease
then
it out.
go. Mainly because they are bias edges, so if you start at this end and go round, you'll have probably stretched it by the time you get to the other end. And if you do it in quarters or halves, depending on what you're doing, then you stand more chance of being accurate and not stretching everything.
Who's that? Sorry, Glenys. Glenys, good morning. She said, brilliant demo today. I am learning lots. Thank
Good.
you very, very much, Glenys.
Well, you know, I wasn't born knowing how to do this. I've learned it too, and you're always learning, always. I was just saying this to one of your colleagues outside. You know, I've been sewing for a long time.
Yeah, that's it.
And you're always learning. And people are always inventing new things. I mean, gosh, the sewing machine was invented in 1824, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, everyone did everything by hand.
Yeah.
And quilting was done by hand. And then, you know, people had to pin everything. We didn't have rotary cutters, we didn't have cutting mats.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Everything's so developing. And
things move
it's
on.
learning, it's learning to find the best way for you, isn't
For you,
it?
yes. Yeah.
I think I've learned so many different techniques that I say, all right, what do you find? And it's all personal preference a lot of the time. There's no real right and wrong.
No.
I know there's traditional ways of doing things and things that you read in books, but actually it's just finding your way, isn't it?
It is, because I find with quilting, I quite like to spray base my quilts, and then I use a tack machine to tack them together. Other people like to hand tack them,
Yeah.
or pin them,
Yeah.
safety pins or ordinary pins. Nothing's wrong about
Yeah.
any of those, it's just whichever you like. I'm impatient, that's why I do it my
Yeah.
way.
It's just why we all love the glue pen.
Yeah.
It's so much quicker.
It's quick, it's neat, it washes out, it's non-toxic.
It dries completely clear. You've got a bright
It does.
yellow one.
I've got a
in
yellow
there,
one
haven't you?
there, I think they come in blue and pink as well.
They're on the website, and someone's asking as well about the best press. We have got best press. It's on the website. I think it's the linen. Is it the linen flavour one that's available? We've got linen. We're trying to get back the lavender one. I say scent, not flavour. Don't drink it.
No, don't drink it.
It does smell lovely. It smells like you've done the washing.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice fresh washing.
So there's the outer part, and I'll press that. It's nice, you've got a bit of room.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
So that one feels like it wants to press that way.
Yeah, it's telling you which way to
Yeah.
press, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, the other time it was almost against the grain to say, oh, it's you're not pressing to the dark side, but this one in the case, yeah, you're pressing to the
Yes,
dark
and
side.
if you preferred to press always to the dark side, then do so. And with the best press, it will make your fabric just have a little bit more give in it.
Okay.
So although it's equivalent of a nicer version of a spray starch, it's also very useful for actually softening the fabric
Right,
as well,
okay.
and manipulating it if it's not going exactly
Yeah,
the
I've
way
used
you want it
other
to.
starches before, and it's quite flaky, isn't it?
It is
leaves like a
flaky.
horrible texture on your fabric.
And some people don't react very well to it either. So.
But that is so smooth. I mean, there's not one pucker. I think the glue pen is the way to go. If you pin a lot, like you say, you can actually get like almost like little gathers, little pleats.
Yeah, yeah. And when I did it on Debbie's show with an ordinary foot, well, I should have brought it with me, but it's in the bin. So it puckered. So yeah, use the right tools for the job, which is glue pen and 1/4 inch foot in this case.
Amazing. So then that again is how you do that corner on
Yep,
each
so
of
that
the
corner
three.
is there. You do the same for that one, same for that one. Then this is what's left over of your strip that you cut down. Join it to a plain piece the same colour as the arc. So you're, you join that one to this rectangle. Then you join those two together. You join those two together, and then you just add the square on.
Right, okay. So it is actually the construction. It's all in the book, isn't it?
Oh yes, yes. I mean, going back to it tells you what to do and in what
Yeah.
order. Yeah.
Fantastic. And changing the colourway, it looks completely different, doesn't it? Just changing the order
Yes,
of the
it
colours,
does,
it's going to
yeah,
look completely
yeah.
different with that. I
And
like the jade and green,
Yeah.
sorry, the jade and grey stripe. They look really nice.
So with just this one bundle of colours, you could make several of these either as table runners or as a smaller quilt or.
Brilliant, thank you so much. I know that was a bit of a pit stop for curves, but it's really good to sort of slow it down and learn those techniques. So thank you very, very
There's
much.
a lot more to them than you think, but they're a lot easier than you think.
Absolutely, we've demystified curves today. The Tula Pink's coming up in your
It
next
is.
hour, isn't it? We love that fabric. I love
Yeah.
anything that has got that little bit of a nod to our craft and
Absolutely,
the little
that's what I
notions of
liked
sewing.
about it, yeah. Yeah.
And it's so bright, isn't it? Looks lovely with all your plants in the garden.
Yes.
Looks really nice.
Bit of artistic photography there.
Oh yes. And that's using well, they're back in stock today, the Jelly Rolls from Tula Pink, the handmade collection, which are gorgeous, and the Pam and Nikki Lynn top book, which we'll be looking at in the next hour. So thank you, Sally.
You're
We'll
very
see you in an
welcome.
hour. Thank you very much.
See you soon.
So the book that Sally was working with was this one. It is going to mean that we're conquering curves together. And don't forget, you can watch back this hour on YouTube. Once you've got your book home, once you've got your bundles, you can absolutely start, breaking it down and just doing block by block or technique by technique. There's 15 great dynamic projects here, and for all skill levels as well. So this is going to be one that I think grows with you. There's some really lovely basic ones with your applique circles, but then also then once you are getting more confident with sewing curves, you've got some real great, more advanced quilts in here as well. I mean, that looks amazing, doesn't it? And like Sally said, it is just about slowing it down. If you do feel, you're going a bit too quick, then absolutely you can slow it down and do it at your own pace. So all of your, there's obviously the quilt that we're working on, or the blocks that we were looking at today, but there are so many different projects in here, all designed using curves. We have got some different rulers, different cutting rulers that will make cutting curves a lot easier. We talked about the Fiskars cutter, which is this one, which is great. I mean, this again, your circle cutters include your 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can cut from your 2-inch circles right up to your 12-inch circles, and it comes with that rotary blade, which is completely concealed until you engage, until you press it down. If you do have dexterity problems though, I think it is brilliant. I also struggle sometimes when I'm cutting. I get a bit shaky. So if you do find that you can't get, especially with a curve, you notice it straight away if you go off a bit, don't you? So this is brilliant. So that's your little Fiskars rotary blade, which you can replace. And it's only when you press down will the blade be engaged, so it's completely safe until you sort of press down. But it does just get into the groove and cut from 2 to 12-inch circles. I believe the Creative Grid one's now sold out. Yeah, it has sold out. We have the bundle that Sally was working with, which we absolutely love. I'm so pleased that you love this too. We're stealing this bundle for one of our bundle shows. It's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. You've got your pink, 1/2 metre. You've got your cream, 1/2 metre. You've got your nude, 1/2 metre, or tan, sorry. Is it nude? 1/2 metre. You've got light grey, sky blue, and jade, all 1/2 metre pre-cuts, ready to go. So if you are multi-buying on this, just so you're aware, they will all come as 1/2 metre pre-cuts. £19.99, all 1/2 metre. The big bundle is this one. It comes with 1.5 metres of your sky blue, candy blue, sorry. 1.5 metres of candy, 1 metre of grey, 1 metre of light grey, 1 metre of light lilac, 1 metre of magenta, and then your 2 1/2 metres of Moda. £52.99. 7.5 metres, so that would probably be enough actually to do the whole quilt. You've got loads of fabric there. You've got more than enough. You'll have some left over then to do maybe a table runner or something to match potentially. So there's lots and lots of fabric, and a good chance to maybe use the stripe fabric for, instead of making your own stripe fabric, if you understand what I mean, for the block that we're doing today. £52.99, that is a lot of fabric for your money. We've also got some 1 metre bundles. If you just want to have a bit of a play with maybe like the circles that we were looking at earlier, setting in circles, 1/2 metre of your Mottle Effect in pink, which is a lovely bright pink, and then you've also got your star pink. This is called Pink Star Bundle. 1 metre, £7.49. Just a great chance to maybe start thinking about conquering anybody's fear of curves. If you've got the circle cutters, absolutely go for it. We've also got a similar bundle, this time darker pink with your pink stars again. £6. How is this £6.99? So when you're looking at I think the mixes are slightly more expensive than these ones. This is still exactly the same quality. It's beautiful quality cotton, but it hasn't got that mottle effect. It's a plain. So it's £6.99, which is great value, isn't it? Plus you've still got that lovely star print. And then we've got the blue, which again this time has got that mottle effect and a stripe. See, that would look cool, wouldn't it? You could do 4 quarter triangles, your sort of quarter circles, not triangles, circles, but change the direction of the stripe. It'd look really cool. That's £7.49 for a whole metre of fabric. Amazing. Right, I think that's everything. Have I gone through? The Tilda is still on the website if you do want to make the most of those as well. Don't go anywhere because we've got more fabric to show you. We've got some great tools and anything that we've got PUs and anything that we didn't get a chance to do in the 8 o'clock hour coming up. So don't go anywhere. We're back right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, my name is Sally Stevens. I'm from Worcestershire, a little town called Upton upon Severn, which is a lovely little riverside town. And not far from there, I also have a little sewing studio, so I can work and leave all my mess left out when I'm preparing projects and quilts and so on. My speciality is, in fact, quilting, patchwork and quilting, and I probably started that when I was about 14 years ago. So as I often joke, that was only 7 years ago. In fact, it was rather a lot longer. But I've always enjoyed crafting, and patchwork really hooked me, and I love it. So now then, what can I tell you? Something you may not realise about me is that although lots of you have seen me many, many times on Sewing TV and at classes, because I teach as well, I also do a lot of unpicking. So don't be afraid ever if you have to unpick things. So do we. It's not a problem. We all have to start somewhere. And sometimes you get a bit cocky and think, oh, I can just do that without pinning or without this. And then you think, should have paid attention to my own words. So some sewing tips for you. That's one, keep a seam ripper handy. That will always be your friend. And another one that I think is very important, whether you're a beginner or more experienced, when you're sewing something, particularly for the first time, a new technique, slow down. There's no rush, it's not a race. Have a little practice with spare fabrics if you've got them before you use your best fabric that you've just purchased so that you get your techniques just right. But also slow down, take your time, watch what you're doing, think about what you're doing, and read the instructions. That's always very useful. So what can I say? I've been asked to say what my claim to fame might be, and I would have to say, in all honesty, being on Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sew Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome back, welcome back. Hope you're having a lovely sunny morning. Do you know, it's so nice. Everybody who's messaging in saying, I'm in sunny this, I'm in sunny that, sunny Weymouth, sunny Brisbane. Oh, you're watching while walking the dog. This is the great thing about being able to watch us on the move, isn't it? Maybe you've got us on the app or on the web or YouTube. Remember, you can still watch us on the go, which is exciting. I hope you're having a nice walk. It's a nice walking weather, isn't it? Although yesterday was a bit too hot to go for a walk. I didn't go out really yesterday. I went out and had a bit of lunch and then went home and stayed in because it was really hot, wasn't it? Too hot, really. But anyway, I hope you're enjoying the show this morning. Lovely to have Sally back with us. She's coming up in the next hour with a great Pam and Nikki Lintott design with some of our favourite fabrics from Tula Pink, which I must stress are already selling on the website. be warned, if you want that jelly roll, it's only just come back into stock. It's one of the first times that we've actually had a chance to do a project with it, because it's always just been, you know, in and then gone. So we've made sure that we've got a project with it today. And yeah, I've got a feeling that could sell out. A limited number. We've got less than 50 left now, which is not enough to go around. Okay, so earlier on we did a bit of a bag making show, and because I was probably chatting too much, well, I think there was just a lot in the show, wasn't there, that we didn't get a chance to finish it. So where do you want to start, Kat? PUs. I know that Debbie Shaw absolutely loves our PUs. The quality of them are beautiful. Some PUs I think can feel quite plasticky. They can feel quite stiff and aren't great to sew with. But like with our cotton canvases, this is really, really beautiful quality PU. It's ever so soft. It's got a knitted back. So those of you that are a bit worried about sewing with PU, quite often if you're sewing right sides together, you'll be sewing on the knitted side, so you don't need to worry about sewing on the PU. If you are sewing with the PU, you know, facing up or, you know, facing down, you're worried about it, you could try a Teflon foot, or what somebody suggested was putting a bit of washi tape underneath your sewing machine foot, and it won't stick, it will slide. But generally, if you're sewing right sides together with bag making or, you know, for whatever you're using it for, you don't tend to stitch that much on the PU side, which is good. For dressmaking, what about a nice like jacket? I know that Debbie often wears like a mustard biker jacket style, which are really nice, especially going into winter or autumn. I think this is going to be great. But for bag bases, this is brilliant. For full bags, you could do some beautiful bags from the books that we had in the last hour. Those of you that, you know, don't like working with leather, but love that feel and that quality, and you can wipe it. That's what I like about having a bag base made out of PU, is that you can just give it a wipe for $6.99. Now I know Debbie, to relax some of the creases, again, she'll be very careful, but you can iron very, very lightly on a low heat on the reverse, or sort of give it a bit of a blast with some steam to soften those creases, because I wouldn't put my iron on this side, you'll melt it. It is a PU. We've got a few more colours. Let me whiz through these, as we've still got loads to bring you. This one I think is my favourite colour. It's called a taupe or taupe, which is like a lovely light brown, really. I don't generally like brown, but I think in autumn this colour is beautiful. This is exactly the colour that I want my winter boots. I want some boots made well, not made in this colour. I don't know anybody that makes boots. Does anybody know anybody that makes boots? Because I love this colour. £6.99. It's 50% viscose, 50% PU. Oh, can I just show you, Paul? Look at how much fabric you're getting for £6.99. Oh, it's a lower fabric. It's really fabric. Oh, this one as well, I would suggest using your multi-purpose clips. Today's early bird was £10 saving on those multi-purpose clips, and because if like with a leather, if you were to put a pin through this, you would pierce a hole. You would leave a hole, so I would absolutely use this with your clips. Just £6.99, and it's 140 wide. Thank you, Kat. Half a metre, cut off the bolt for you. I mean, this is going to be great because you could put this with maybe the teal PU. You could put this with the mustard. All these two look nice together. These two look lovely together. What about putting it with a navy? The black, they all go really, really well with it. It's quite a nice neutral colour, perfect for autumn. You could put it with a bright pink even, couldn't you? Just £6.99. There's loads of the different straps, different colours that are going to go really nicely with that. Awesome denim, maybe like a dark denim, you know, some of those ones with the embossed prints on. That would be really, really nice for dressmakers as well. It's ever so soft. I can't wait for you to get this home to feel it. You know when you feel a really lovely soft leather, that's how it feels. And when you're looking at synthetics or, you know, a PU, quite often I find they can be very, very stiff, whereas this is really, really lovely to work with. Right, let's do black. Thank you. It's relatively new, actually. This was a hand-me-down top. Thank you. Paul's just asked me if my top's new. It's quite autumnal, isn't it? Good morning. From sunny Halifax. Oh, lovely. You're watching whilst embroidering. Oh, see, I like doing, you know, a nice bit of hand sewing. In fact, me and Kat have got a bit of an idea for embroidery, which you saw on a 9, didn't you? We've got to bring it to show. I'm not going to say it just yet, but we're trying to put it into action. A bit more hand embroidery. Just £6.99 a half metre. £6.99. And can you see, look, if I do this, you can almost see, I'm trying to make it sort of a bit clearer for you to see how soft this is. It's lovely. It's not a shiny black. It's not like, sometimes when you see I'm just going to say it, a cheap pleather, it looks really naff. It looks plasticky and shiny. And I used to have a jacket, pleather jacket, and it just looked really cheap, basically. Whereas this, if you were to do a jacket with this, it looks like leather. But if you don't, for any reason, like using leather, then this is really, really beautiful. And look at how affordable it is. It's £6.99, but it feels so super soft. It's going to be beautiful for, what about a little skirt or something? Skirt would be really nice with this, wouldn't it? Like a pleated skirt would be really lovely. Loads you can do with PUs. But as I say, Debbie absolutely swears by our PU quality. We've got the red, which I know Debbie loves, absolutely loves. And I'm going to say it again. It's not a cheap red. It's a really lovely. There's lots of different shades of red, whereas this is lovely. This is so luxurious. It's a real classy red, and it will look lovely with black. Yes, but I love a red with brown. I think it softens it slightly. Or red with navy looks really nice as well. £6.99. The reverse of this, let me show you the back of the fabric. You can see, as I said earlier on, it's a knitted back. So if you're stitching with it, you can stitch with ease. If you're cutting with it, it cuts beautifully. It's not going to fray. There's loads of benefits to using PU, and it looks very professional indeed. Looks great for bag making. We've got the navy blue. Here's your navy. Navy you can't go wrong with. Oh, indigo. Have we done this one? We've done indigo, sorry. Oh. Then have we done brown? This would be nice, you know, if you've got a brown leather sofa, do some cushions or a footstool or something to go with. You could do some home furnishings with it, couldn't you? Some nice cushions, or you could, I wonder whether you could cover like a small footstool or, you know, like a piano stool with it. Just £6.99. Honestly, it's so soft, all of them. Yeah. Just £6.99 a half metre, which is 140 wide, and it is, again, super duper soft. I'm excited for you to get this home, to be able to reach it and feel. Yeah, remember when I was saying earlier on, imagine, I wonder if this is the future, that you'll be able to press your green button now and reach in and touch it. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. Just £6.99, but I would love for you to be able to touch that. Just £6.99. Paul hasn't heard about that. 50% viscose, 50% PU leather in your dark brown. Have I done the mustard? How have I missed the mustard? It's gone into the bottom of my pile. This is the colour that I said. I know Debbie absolutely loves this colour. She's got a jacket very similar to this. It would look great as a jacket. £6.99. 140 wide, 50% viscose, 50% PU leather. Half a metre is £6.99, and it is lovely. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's really nice. Or again, I like mustard and brown. Mustard and brown together. What about mustard and navy? Oh yeah. Yeah. £6.99 a half metre. Oh, see, I love, in the leather bags book, there's another leather book actually that we've got. Don't get me wrong, just because this says leather bags, you can still use the PU. So if you're making things like tassels, I've got like a tassel that's as a charm on my bag. You can do that with PU and it looks great. You can do like, what about little purses? You could do toiletry bags. You could do passport holders. You can do a men's hold-all or a satchel. You know, like Paul's satchel. Well, you don't know like Paul's satchel. Paul's got a satchel, like a man bag with a man satchel with a long strap. But it's called a messenger baggage thing. You could do that with these. This book is brilliant because it gives you great techniques for using genuine leather. But also, if you have got any of the PU, see how lovely would that look? In any of the PUs that we've been looking at today, you've got tassel bag, you've got clutch bag, you've got weekend bags. So using the PU with your canvas or PU with denim, it looked great. Having contrast with a wool fabric maybe. So this is a book that talks to you about using leather, but still it might be worth getting because it's similar obviously to your PU. So talking about your stitching, talking about obviously just your straight stitch, but changing your stitch length, how that's going to look different or on your leather. Working with different weights and thicknesses, testing leather, whether it be dyed leather or, you know, tanning leather, which is interesting, isn't it? Faux leathers, here you go. There is a section on faux leathers as well. So this is going to go really nicely with any of your PUs. Different types of leather, different other fabrics, different hardware, different tools that you might need to work with leather, different techniques of how to cut it, similar techniques that will be transferable with your PUs as well. Inserting zips, putting in rivets and grommets, snap fasteners, buttons, bits and bobs like this. I mean, there's loads. I'm going to flick through a bit faster, but adding straps, piping, joining the ends of piping. Right, the only thing that I would say that I don't agree with in this book is using the little bulldog clips. I find that if I do that, it will really sort of indent on my fabric. And sometimes if you are using a more delicate fabric, it can damage it. So swapping those out for the multi-purpose sewing clips, I find really, really helps. But these are lovely, aren't they? For your different styles of bags, clutch bags. It'd be really nice with any of your PU. That's nice. Rucksacks are really, really on trend, aren't they? That look great in your PU. Imagine that in your mustard. That look really, really nice. We've got bags of leather on the website, so you can do projects like this with the assorted bags of leather. If you do want to have a go at working with leather, you'll learn lots of techniques. But they do also talk about working with faux leathers, luggage cases, phone holders, some really nice, achievable projects and great for gifts. This was the tassel that I was talking about. I've got one of these with a PU, luggage tags, weekender bags, crossbody bags like Paul's, different cases, troubleshooting common problems. This is a rare section. You don't normally see this in a book. Paul, you could do with this just for general life, couldn't you? Right, if the leather is too thick to begin sewing, if the corners are too thick, if you sew something incorrectly, if the needle doesn't sew through the leather correctly and you notice that it's skipping stitches, if your thread unravels, there's loads of great troubleshooting as well. A huge glossary. A bit more about the author, but what a beautiful book, and all your patterns are there in the back for $14.99. That is a lot of projects, isn't it? 14 different projects, just over £1 a project. Fantastic, and lots of great techniques as well to learn. Okay. Now, in that book, in fact, I noticed some straps like this on that backpack. They were using straps like the rainbow ones we've got here. So, I thought that would be nice and quick and easy for me to just put that on the stand. Let's go for the 3 rainbows. So we've got, this is IFZW52. So this is your slightly sort of more muted rainbow, which is lovely. There's loads of ways of using these, whether you're using them as a bit more of a trim, whether you're using them as a strap, whether you're using them as straps for dungarees. There's so many different ways, and I love it. You've got a whole metre of your webbing for £2.99. It's definitely worth checking out on multiple of these. They're already pre-cut, so they'll come as metre pieces, but these are going to be really, really lovely to go with loads of the different colours that you've got already. Any of your cotton canvas bags, any of your PU or leather bags. Nice and strong as well, aren't they? Also very, very comfortable, nice and soft. What I would do is I'd have this, say my bag, let's pick a colour. I'm going to go navy. If this is my bag, a big tote bag, let me open it up. I would do like those detailed straps like that. Do you know what I mean? You've got enough on here, even if you're using it as a strap like this, stitch them down and that will again reinforce it and make them even stronger, but also add detail. They're lovely decorative straps, aren't they? They look really, really nice. Or, I mean, you could have it with the bright rainbow, which is MBZW32, please. As I say, there's lots of different ways you could use it. What about making little bracelets? What about using it for... I wonder whether you could make, I don't know whether you could, but could you do like a dog collar with it? For dungaree straps, and you could use part of it as a trim across the pocket, couldn't you, on the front of a dungaree? That's really cool. Reminds me of, yeah, very 70s. With your red PU maybe. That's your nice bright rainbow. That's just £2.99. And then we've also got your pastels, which is my favourite. I love the pastels. It's like beautiful, pretty ice cream colours. They're lovely. Right. Sorry. Bear with. And you don't need to cover them. Don't get me wrong. You can get beautiful webbings that are just, you know, normal colours that a lot of people tend to cover with fabric. Whereas these... they look so pretty without having to make your own straps. You've got lovely, strong, secure straps that are really lovely and soft, very decorative for just £2.99. They're available all on the website as well. Now we've also got some, are they actual leather? No, these are faux leather, the PUs. I've got CEZW79. Gosh, these look really professional. They're already top stitched and everything. Just £2.99. You get whole metre again. It's the first time I've seen these. What about using them? Oh, you're thinking a guitar strap if you're a guitarist. What about as a belt? Make yourself a nice belt with these. They look really nice. And very, very professional that it's already top stitched. If you struggle like me with your top stitching, getting it nice and neat, it's nice to have a real strong strap ready to go. That's in your chocolate, which is going to go with every colour. We've got ENZW98, which is a lighter brown, more of a tan colour. 98. It's all right. Which is this one. This is just a slightly lighter brown, which is called Camel. Oh, I like that. Again, what about for bracelets? What else? So much you could do with these. I do think they just look very, very professional for your bags. Nice belts, metre in length. Maybe it's nice with your canvas, with the digital canvases that we had earlier, or any of your PUs. It just looks really, really professional, doesn't it? Having a lovely and strong, if you're anything like me, I put everything in my bag. I've got so much rubbish in my bag all the time. And I don't need day to day, but just in case you need the kitchen sink, I've got it there. But it's nice to have some really good secure handles, secure straps. Black, this is DVZW98. Therefore your black strap. Again, gonna go with everything, isn't it? Gonna go with absolutely everything. Only £2.99. These are relatively new in, actually. I've seen the webbing straps before, but these are great because they're already top stitched, ready to go. Come as pre-cut metre pieces. And then the last one we've got is really different. This is where I got the idea of like a pet collar, dog collar. When are you getting your dog? 10 days time. Oh, how exciting. That's so exciting. Lots of videos from the owner. Oh, that's so, oh. This one's really nice. So it's got the PU back and then just a black PU bag. Right, let's have a look. And then having this as your strap would be really, really lovely. Absolutely. Just as some detailing. How gorgeous is that? That's your patterned multicolour strap just against black, or I mean you could mix that with loads of different colours in there. And the reverse of it, as I say, is in PU. So that's a whole metre on that strap for just £2.99. There are some other handles. We've got some of the prim handles. We've got the hemline handles, all on the website, and the bamboo one as well, which if we get time we will do it. But if you do have any questions for us whatsoever, come and say hello. We want to make today as interactive as possible. It's so lovely having all of your messages in. Let me know what you're up to this sunny, sunny morning. studio@sewingstreet.com is the email address, which is going straight through to my producer Kat in the gallery, and we can ask on any questions here for you in the studio. Right. Oh my word, I can't believe I did not know this. Delphine told me she was working with this fabric. She all of a sudden smelled an almighty strong smell of chocolate, like a lovely smell of chocolate. She's like, where on earth is this chocolate smell coming from? It's literally, I don't know how they've done this, but it smells like chocolate. The most lovely smell of chocolate. I had a chocolate scented candle that smelled disgusting. It didn't smell like chocolate. It smelled like, oh, it just didn't smell nice. This, oh, is making me hungry. It smells amazing. Lewis and Irene, chocolate fabric. It's incredible. Right, so the pink one. Half a metre looks like this. I wonder when it loses its scent. I wonder when you wash it, if it loses its scent. I should have asked Delphine. But imagine just, if you press this, it's I bet going to enhance the smell even more. Oh, I love it. They look like real posh chocolates. You know when you get a lovely, just a small box of chocolates that's got like 6 or 8 chockies in, and they're all really beautifully detailed. They would look absolutely amazing for bags, lovely for a dress. Imagine just walking around in a dress that smelled like chocolate, doing a twirl. Oh, oi, a twirl, or what other ones? Just doing a twirl and smelling like chocolate. What other ones? What other chocky puns? Oh, did you see Kat said? She's all right. She's just roaming around. £5.99 from Lewis and Irene. It's so beautiful. And it smells like chocolate. You've got to get it home to believe it. Honestly, I didn't believe Delphine. I said, are you sure? Are you going a bit crazy, Delphine? She's like, no, it smells of chocolate. It's only £5.99. It's the first time I've seen it. The Old Chocolate Shop, it's called. Threaded with Love, the Old Chocolate Shop. It doesn't say anywhere that it's scented, which is a big deal to me. I've never seen fabrics that's scented like that. From Lewis and Irene. Oh, it's so lovely. And it's not like, right, I'm sitting here and I can smell an overwhelming smell of chocolate at all. It's just when you, oh, it's lovely. Does this one? Yeah. Oh, it's so good. And I mean, we've probably had these in our warehouse some time now. It's not like, oh, once it's printed and once it's developed, then, what's that, sorry? No, I generally don't smell the fabrics that come into the studio straight away. It's not generally the first thing that I do. So we didn't know about this until Delphine was working with it. And she said, honestly, it smells of chocolate. It's amazing. Just £5.99. I wonder what did Delphine make with this? Can you remember? The Irish chain quilt. It is quilting weight fabric, which is a really lovely quality cotton. But you can still use this for dressmaking. It's just going to give you a bit more structure. You could use it for bag making. Just £5.99 half metre, and it's got that lovely blue in the background, and all of your really nice posh chockies, aren't they? Oh, I haven't had a really lovely box of chocolates for ages, you know, like the really posh ones where you read the menu. They're beautiful. So they're from Lewis and Irene, so you know that you've got the quality. Lewis and Irene always bring lovely nostalgic fabric. So the Old Chocolate Shop, that smell of chocolate. They've gone above and beyond. And yet the price doesn't reflect it, does it? It's still great price. Hi Sandra, how are you? She's loving the show. Can't wait for the Tula Pink jelly roll. Oh my word, isn't it beautiful? It's amazing. So it comes with the book. Well, I say it comes with the book. It's separate, just because I know that we've done the book a few times and we've done the jelly roll a few times. So we do it separately, just so that you don't end up with two of both. But it's a Pamanickel Intop book, which is beautiful. It's the one that's behind me, the jelly roll quilts in a weekend, which has been very, very popular anyway. I think because lots of people have bought potentially our design roll quilts or any of the barley pops, any of the design rolls that we've had in, this book has been called on a lot of times. But this is the first time that we've got it back in stock with a project, which is so exciting. So the Tula Pink, as I say, there's less than 50 of them. In fact, I don't know whether there's now less than 30. It's definitely worth making the most of it. The Tula Pink design roll on its own, and we've also bundled it with 1.5 meters of fabric for the background as well. Now, we haven't got the facility yet to be able to lower the lights when we've got our lighting desk. At the moment, little Paul is having to go around with the big ladder, turning on each individual light. So I'm not going to make him come out with the big ladder and turn off all the lights on this. But this is glow-in-the-dark fabric. Lewis and Irene have gone above and beyond with their fabrics recently. First of all, having chocolate-smelling fabric, but then also beautiful fabric that's going to glow in the dark. How is this? It's the big stars that you can see are white. They're the ones that are going to glow in the dark. I love that. How about doing like a reading cushion with it for children? That would be really lovely. A pyjama bag if you're going off to sleepovers, or you know, just having your pyjamas in at the end of the bed. What about for curtains? Did anybody else used to have those stick-on glow-in-the-dark stars on their ceiling? Kaz said, used to. I still have got those stars, or little night lights. For anybody who doesn't, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to illuminate like a light, but it just has a nice little glow, which is so beautiful. What about little storage tubs or play, you know, toy boxes? Keep all Lego in a box. Or a teddy bear. Oh, a little glowing teddy bear. He could even be a teddy bear that wears glow-in-the-dark pyjamas. You could make, even just get 1/2 meter of this, and you could make glow-in-the-dark pyjamas for your teddy and a cushion to go with. That would be adorable. Just £5.99. Get it home and see it for yourself, because obviously I can't show you the brilliance of it. So Kat earlier on, she said it glows in the dark, and then tried, oh yes! You can see it glows in the dark. It's got like a greeny orange glow. It's lovely. I thought you were just joking. No fun on Kat's watch. She says, no, I was being serious. It's called Fairy Nights, which is just so beautiful. I think for toy making, that's a really good idea. Let us know what you do with this. Let us know. £5.99. Let's stick with Lewis and Irene for a little bit. The price on these are amazing. Right, I've got 2 of the pinks. I've got the light pink. Can we just say for a second, when do you see the price? How is this £5.99? So generally, when you're looking at designer fabric, it is £7.99 1/2 meter. We managed to get these in at the best price possible. Hayley was actually saying, and I'm being brutally honest with you, this was an older range from Lewis and Irene that we managed to get in. Fabric doesn't go out of fashion though, does it? Or go out of date. When you're looking at fabrics like, well, if you're looking at fashion, obviously you get fabrics or designs that go in and out of fashion, but fabrics itself like this is just beautiful. It looks so expensive. It's got a slight metallic glow to it. This would be amazing for dressmaking. A skirt, that would be beautiful. Scrunchies, a matching face covering mask, absolutely. How about doing really pretty things for a bedroom or a boudoir? You have to call it a boudoir when you've got lovely bolster cushions made out of this. Roll blinds would look so pretty. That colour is gorgeous, isn't it? And it's got a very, very subtle sheen. I wouldn't call this metallic, you know, actually. It's just like a pearlescence almost. It's just slightly pearly, not fully metallic, not sparkly, just really, really delicate. So you can see it when it hits certain lights. It's quite bridal actually, isn't it? It's quite flower girl and bridally. It's really delicately beautiful. You can see there that what I'm talking about when I say the sort of pearlescence, gorgeous sheen. It's only £5.99.5 metre. We absolutely love this fabric. And I'm just going to say it, we need a clearance or sale tag in when we're looking at Lewis and Irene fabrics at £5.99. It's such good value for money, because you know when you're talking about Lewis and Irene, it's designer fabric. It is designer fabric. It's absolutely stunning quality, beautiful printing, and they're a family business, 3 generations, and you can feel that, can't you? We've got a great relationship with Lewis and Irene as a company, and that's the reason I think that we've managed to get these so low at such a great price for you. The other pink is this real bright. I'd still call this pinky red. Pinks, reds and oranges are my favourite clashing colours. I generally wouldn't ever think to put reds and pinks together, and it works so well. Look at that. Christmas. Because they're almost like baubles, aren't they? I wouldn't necessarily say this, well, it isn't a Christmas fabric, but obviously I am recently generally just always thinking about different things for Christmas. My name is now Mrs. Carol. I'm basically Mrs. Christmas Carol, aren't I? Imagine doing some really beautiful reusable gift bags of this. Looks so luxurious. Lewis and Irene call this their bumbleberry fabric, which I love. This whole range is your bumbleberry. We call it Splash. It's called bumbleberry. And they've got a milk chocolate colour. They've got a cocky green. We don't have any others available. These are the 2 that we've got available, and our prices are absolutely incredible by the half metre. Just £5.99.5 metre. Isn't it so beautiful? I'm thinking for quilting, yes, it would look lovely, because you've also got quite a bit of texture. In the background, can you see that you've got shadows of these bumbleberries again? I think they would make really, really lovely tote bags, gift bags. What is a bumbleberry? Bumbleberry pie in Canada. A mixture of 3 different berries. I'm not sure what ones. Oh, I love apple and rhubarb and just crumbles. So my Kieran's uncle makes the best crumble, which is really, really healthy. And I've had that for the last 3 years with like oats and maybe a bit of maple syrup in it, but more healthy. And then I did have a couple of weeks ago an actual apple crumble that was just sugary, and I thought, oh, you can't beat that though, can you? Just good crumble, loads of sugar, loads of vanilla ice cream, custard as well. I go both. I like the combination of the hot and the cold. So does Father Christmas. Just £5.99. Just £5.99. I wonder if I think he would know, Kat. We're quite convinced that Kat's dad could be Father Christmas. Okay, what do you want me to do now? These are, I would never call them mixer fabrics or blender fabrics, but these are really good as mixers and blenders. Let's start with the ivory. Now, on screen, it's going to look quite plain, but actually it's really beautifully detailed. It's got swirling vines and berries almost on it. It's going to look really, really lovely. This is in ivory. We've also got it in blue and in red. But can you see what I mean? So if you're using this with some solids, so if you're using this with, oh, there you go, you can see that detail really beautifully. If you're using this with, maybe with your Tula, you could use this as your background for the Tula because it's just added a bit of detail. Buy 1.5 meters of it, and then you can get the Tula Pink design roll on its own, and you can make the quilt behind me. It would look beautiful. £5.99.5 metre, but you can buy as much as you want. What about for cushion backs, for backgrounds of quilt, for borders? for linings of bags and purses. Just £half.99. Is anybody else feeling Christmassy with it? What about with a metallic thread? Silver metallic thread. Or let's mix it with, if you were to get both of these, it's not screaming novelty Christmas, but it's got quite a nice wintry, classy feel to it, hasn't it? Are you a classy Christmas kind of girl? I think you have got a grotto at Christmas. Loads of coloured lights. Loads of, do you have tinsel? I love Christmas. So we used to always have, I used to grow up in pubs, and I remember, do you remember those foil things that you have covering the whole of your ceiling? We used to literally do these streamers all the way across every part of the ceiling. You don't see them really anymore, do you? Yeah, it's probably a bit dangerous next to the hot lights thinking about it, isn't it? But yeah, we used to have loads of those everywhere. Just £5.99. So sorry, that was just for the red. Let me move this out the way. Sorry, we're getting a bit all caught up with Christmas. I have started my Christmas shopping, have you? I have, because I am normally the 24th of December rushing round the shops, that kind of person. This year, can't really do that, can we? I want to be a bit more prepared this year. Especially if, you know, there's people who I might get to see normally more over Christmas that have to space out or deliver it to people. So it's a good idea to get a bit more organised. I really like the idea of doing Christmas tote bags, you know, gift bags, bottle bags and things like that for people that they can reuse, thinking a bit more about sustainability. And this doesn't scream Christmas, does it? But it would be lovely for reusable bags. And then the blue. Yeah, do you know what? I'm just so gutted. I don't think we're going to be able to do Christmas parties, are we? Our first year is so extreme. We've been so excited about, you know, our big Christmas party with our new family, our new Sewing Street family. And yet, I just don't think we're going to be able to do it, unfortunately, this year. £5.99. This is your aqua swirls. I wonder, you know how we've all sort of got into doing our different Zoom things and Zoom quizzes and things like that? I wonder whether it will be a Zoom or online sort of Christmas party. Paul, you're such a bar humbug. I'm not going. Paul's not very good. He's just, the problem is he's just a bit of a technophobe. There's been a few times that I've invited him, bearing in mind he's the director, he's in charge of getting us on air and doing all the cameras, and yet he can't manage a quiz and then also doing the answers with it on the computer. Oh, it's his laptop. He's blaming his laptop. £5.99, that's your Lewis and Irene swirls in aqua, which is really beautiful, just £5.99. Should we get in the mood for Tula? Tula Pink is one of the most incredible quilt designers. She's an American designer. And in fact, actually, speaking of that, she's one of the most famous quilt designers out there. She does the most beautiful, contemporary, modern, bright, gorgeous colours. She's known for her colour choices. And quite often, you can't get her products here in the UK. We've got a great connection with Tula herself, and that's the reason that we can bring to you her Aurifil collections, her fabric collections. Don't get me wrong, it's a bit more difficult, especially in today's world of shipping and things like that. It takes us a bit longer, hence why we haven't seen this handmade design roll collection for ages. So we're bringing that back today. But Aurifil, she's teamed up with one of the biggest brands in the world of cotton thread, luxury cotton thread, and put together her very own artwork, her own packaging to create an amazing array of colour. Now, these are all 50 weight. So these are all fantastic for using in your sewing machine. You can use them in your bobbin. You can use them for piecing. You can use them for applique. You could use them for quilting. You could use them for hand sewing. There's not much really that I wouldn't recommend using 50 weight for. It's probably the most universal sewing weight. And you've got a great array of pinks and purples. You'll notice some of these gorgeous bright colours in true Tula style. 200 metres on each. Which means actually, don't get me wrong, it initially looks like quite an investment, and when you're thinking about Tula Pink, you think, right, this is designer, it's more money. But actually, if you break it down and you know that you're not going to get it snapping as much, it's going to go a lot further, maybe you're saving this for special projects, It is brilliant value. You've still got, even though we're looking at very bright colours, you've still got your neutrals, you've still got your black and white there. You've still got some of the more muted tones. It's going to go with so many fabrics. That's what I love. So for example, if you've got the swirls, maybe teaming it with one of your blues, or if you've got this lovely bright pink that we were talking about, you've got plenty of pinks that are going to match in really, really nicely with this. If you've got any of the Lewis and Irene fabrics, which is slightly more muted, you're still going to be able to potentially mix in. I'd probably go with one of my corals, or lean again towards the pinks. So there is so much that you're going to be able to do with them. Excuse me. They are 50 weight, great quality, 200 meters on each spool, made in Italy, 100% cotton, and put together by Tula Pink. Now, when Tula puts her name to anything, she has a lot of involvement. Have a look on YouTube, because there's a great documentary on there about Tula going around her workshop, and she talks a lot about her input into all of her brands and all of her projects. As I say, she uses her own artwork. She solely uses Aurifil thread. Hello, Christine. Morning. You're enjoying the show. That's great to hear. Thank you. Where are you watching from? Oh, it's overcast in Renfrewshire. Overcast. Oh, no. I'm hoping that it brightens up this afternoon. She says, I'm catching up on some UFOs and unfinished projects. Oh, I don't blame you. You know, sometimes you have to have days like that where you think, right, I'm not starting anything else now until I finish what I set out to do. That's a good idea. Kat says, I put all of my clothes onto my bed, so I can't get into bed until I've tidied up. Good plan. The other Tula Pink Aurifil thread pack. Look at this. The design, it's beautiful. 100% cotton. Beautiful Italian Aurifil thread. Premium quality. And look, again, her artwork on the front of the pack. So you get 10 spools, all 50 weight. 10 different colours. Oh my word. These are variegated. I love a variegated thread. Some of them are, I mean, that's your oranges into creams, oranges into white. This one, you've got blues, pinks, creams, purples, lilacs. Your green, slightly more subtle again, but still, they're all variegated. You've also got your greys. These would be really lovely to blend in. So if you're piecing, and you're not quite sure, you know, generally I tend to go with like a neutral colour, like a black or a white, if I'm working with dark fabrics or lighter fabrics. But using a grey, I think actually does just bury your thread seamlessly. It's up to you whether you're choosing a thread to make sure that it buries in, or you're thinking, right, I want this to stand out. I'm going to do some beautiful decorative stitching, maybe a plique with them. Then this is going to be ideal, and it's going to look stunning for a plique. That one's my favourite. I love that. And the greens, to be fair, that's really, really nice. So whether you're using, you know, the more neutral tones to blend into for your piecing, or quilting with them, a plique with them, hand stitching with them as a decorative option, you can't go wrong with variegated. They look beautiful. And still, you're getting 200 metres on each spool for just £33.99. Amazing. Just so you know, the Sunrise, this one, is extremely, extremely limited. We're down to less than 10 of these. It's £66.99, and you're getting 20 50-weight spools, which is fantastic. Fantastic value. Okay. So, quilting project. If you would like a lovely project to get on with, maybe you're starting a new project, or if you're thinking, right, I'm ready to tackle my first big quilt. We did this with Sally Ann Harrison. You can watch it back on YouTube. You have all of your instructions. You've got your quilt assembly diagram on the reverse. Your full finished size is 88 inches squared. Every part, well, this is a really lovely quality, glossy, finished instruction book that you're going to be able to use and use again, and it's been put together especially for us. So this isn't one that we've pre-cut. This has already been bundled from Anthology Fabrics. So you're getting all of these batiks. They are batiks. Even if you've got a different project in mind, look at how many fabrics you're getting. So you've got them all ready to go, plus you're getting your pattern. This is again a batik. Oh my word. So every single one is unique. They are so beautiful. That one's my fave. How nice is that? Have a real good dive in to those lovely colours. You've got almost like seafoam greens and aqua blues, deeper blues. How nice is that? So that's going to work so well as well with your darker navy. All of these beautiful quality batik fabrics, your deeper darker blue, all teaming together, different scales of print as well. Your bird, are these starlings? Swallows. Dark, with the dark background and that paisley print. And then you're getting all of your fabric for the background as well. You're getting loads and loads of white for the background. But it does have quite an optical illusion sort of effect, doesn't it? When you see the front of the quilt, it's got a bit of it reminds me of those, you remember those magic pictures where if you stare at them, something pops out? It has that illusion feel to it, doesn't it? Really nice. But as I say, if you've got a different project in mind even, it's $99.99 and that is for the full quilt. Everything that you need for the binding as well, your border, your background, all you would need to add is your background. Sorry, not your background, your backing. Okay. Just thought we'd give you a bit of an idea if you wanted to start a new project. In fact, let's give some more inspiration. So those of you that are working through your scraps, maybe you're, as we say, thinking, right, I'm not buying any new fabric and more fabric until I've made my way through lots of different scraps that I have. This is a great book for anybody who has got lots of scraps in their stash. What I love about this is that it talks you through, let me find it. It talks you through how to use odd shapes that you might have in your scraps already, bias edges, how to work with them, how to put together different colours, and then we'll talk to you about the blocks. So it goes through colour therapy, almost like the system of colour selection for scrap quilts. So don't get me wrong, there's almost like a section or a lot of people who will go for picking out colours from your creative part of your brain, from the arty part. I know that Hannah's very good at it, but it's also like the science behind colour placement and colour transitioning as well. So this is also then again the colour wheel, putting together different colours. Do you know who we're going to find out is really good at picking out colours? Our cat. So no pressure, but we're doing a build a bundle show on Thursday. We want your help as well. It's going to be pick and mix with Canvix, all of the different colours that we've got available, all the solids, and we're going to put together our own bundles. So that's a really exciting hour. Live on air will be done for you. So it's putting our skills to the test, isn't it? It might be good actually for us to be able to have a colour wheel printed out. Do you know what I mean? Not necessarily, we might have one that would purchase a colour wheel thing. I'm not sure whether we do have those in stock, but if not, we can try and even just use the book and talk about split complementary colours, because that's good. And then, so earlier on, we were talking about curve piecing with Sally, and here it talks to you about, very similar actually, to how Sally was suggesting to do it. And then we've got all of your quilts. All of your different quilts, different ways of using smaller pre-cuts, different colours. Your Sleepy Tiny TP Town, we love that one. Yeah, we did. We got very confused with this book before. There was another book that we thought we could have sworn that the Sleepy Teeny Tiny Town was in, and it's in this one. We won't make that mistake again. You would have bet your life on it. We were so wrong, weren't we? All of these beautiful projects. Oh, I love that one, the one that's on the front. You're going to get some great inspiration from here. Just $23.99. But what I really like about that is talking about colour and how to put together different colours. So it's just learning along a journey, isn't it? Twilight Zone quilt. Only 4 left. 4 left. This will sell out today. If you want it, $99.99. You're getting all of these fabrics, as I say, from Anthology Fabrics. It is now the final chance to be able to get this. I don't know whether we're going to be able to get this back again. As I say, we haven't bundled this. This has been sent to us. So now's the time to make the most of that. Shall we just have a look now? Okay, right. Loads of people are asking about the quilt that's been behind me. You may have seen it on the Facebook page. It's absolutely beautiful, and the fabrics are amazing. I mean, let me just take the clips off, bear with us. Oh, Elliot, where's Elliot? I think today, do you know, he's doing, he's going to be putting up our pole for us, which is exciting. So we'll be able to hang these. Sorry, obviously we've got all of this space, and we will be able to show you these quilts and hang them up nicely. But I just want to show you what you get in your design roll. I'm just trashing the set, excuse me. So you've got all of these pre-cut 2.5 inch strips, 40 pieces of Tula Pink, who we absolutely adore, and all of the colours, all of the fabrics from the handmade collection have got notions that are a bit of a nod to our craft, to our sewing, which we absolutely love, 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 love. Now we've got this coming up with Sally, but I just want to make sure everybody gets a heads up on this because it is limited. So look, even in, I mean, you can't quite see it on this, but when you get this home, this is actually a pair of scissors. The eyes are in the circle bits of the scissors. The safety pins, the tape measure, the little hands with the needle threader and the thimble. I absolutely love it. Your rotary cutter on this one, the scissors and buttons and little snips. And these are actually, I think they started off by being photos or sketches of Tula Pink's actual tools. So she's got these scissors, which have got that little micro-faceted tip on the end. This is her rotary cutter. So I love that, the personal touches. Even you can see this part, it almost looks like peacock feathers, but they're needles. Can you see the eye of the needle at the top? You will find so much detail in this, it's just amazing. We have the 10-inch charm pack, sold out. We have the hexes, sold out. We had the 10-inch charm pack, they sold out. I don't know whether we've had them by the half metre before. We've had fat quarters, haven't we? No, we haven't. I don't think we have. Every single time we get anything from the handmade collection, it sells out. Have a look on Pinterest as well. Literally type in the handmade collection. I've seen some amazing English paper piece projects with it. It goes such a long way. I mean, it looks all very compact in here, but you are going to be able to make loads with this. You only need to pick out, well, we'll talk to Sally about how many you pick out for your scrappy binding and how many you pick out with this. But this is basically 2.5 inch strips. She says we're probably going to be able to do the whole quilt top in the hour, which is so exciting, isn't it? So I just wanted to say before we go into the hour, for anybody who's watching the show now, have a serious think if you are wanting to get hold of this on its own or this in the bundle with the 1.5 meters of your cream for the background. Check out now. Check out before we get Sally on, because that's going to be extremely, extremely popular. Oops. Okay. Right. What we do now, Kat? Pardon? Let's go for it then. Let's get Sally on because we want to make sure that we give her the whole hour. So whatever you do, do not go anywhere. Check out your baskets as soon as you can. And we're back with the most amazing Tula Pink, beautiful Pamanicky Lynn top quilt right after this.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Welcome back. Oh my word, I absolutely love this collection. I'm so pleased that we finally got a project with it as well. It isn't normally something that we get a chance to do a project with, because every time we've had any of the pre-cuts that have come in, whether it be the 5-inch squares, the 10-inch layer cake, when we had the hexes, everything's sold out. So, and because Tula Pink is obviously an American quilt designer, she is really, really famous in America for designing fabrics and designing quilts. We never really get a look in the UK. We've got a fantastic connection with Tula Pink herself and her team, and that's the reason that we're able to be able to get these. But even now, especially with the way the world is at the moment, we are struggling to get them in as frequently as we would like. So, one word of wisdom: whenever you see any Tula Pink products or projects, grab them whilst you can. If you're a Tula fan, Look at this gorgeous quilt we're making today. We've got a whole bundle which your graphics are in live for the design roll with all of these prints. I'm opening this up because you're getting pre-cut 2.5-inch strips. Let's have a dive into these fabrics. So what I love about it is that, as I said earlier on, if you missed the last hour, I was just having a quick look, but they're actually, I don't know whether they were sketches or photographs of her own tools, but they are her own tools. So those of you that have seen her scissors before, can you see that they've got that extra little micro tip on the end? They're her scissors. And that's her rotary cutter, her unpicker, her pins, her buttons. Everything is taken from Tula Pink, which I absolutely love. This one is one of my favourites. Look at this spool. It's the hidden sort of detail that whenever you see any of Tula Pink's fabrics, you look at it time and time and time again, and still don't notice all of the little elements, the thimbles, the spools, the little hands with the hearts and the florals, the scissors. I mean, they're absolutely amazing. And obviously cut into 2.5-inch strips. So don't get me wrong, if you've got projects in mind, I've seen from the handmade collection that we're looking at today, those of you that have got Pinterest or have a look online, you can see so many different design ideas for this collection. I've seen English paper piecing, which fussy cutting just the, I think it was this one actually, I think it was this hand, and somebody had fussy cut these and sort of changed the direction of them all to go round in a circle in hexes. And it was almost like there were loads of hands that were all sort of going around. It was really, really interesting. So have a look on Pinterest and see if you can see them. This one with your tape measure, absolutely beautiful. I mean, she's just so daring with her designs. They're 44 inches or 112 centimetres wide. They're your full width of your quilting weight fabric, and they are precision cut into 2.5-inch strips. There's your little safety pins. You get 2 of each design, so there's your other design. This one again in different colorways. So we started with this one in the blue. You've now got it in the pink, which is absolutely gorgeous. Seeing them all together, this is the great thing about Tula, is that they're all going to work together so well. She generally uses similar colour palettes across her collection, so I even think that you can work with these with different collections as well. Look, can you see that these are actually needles, and the eye of the needle, the eye of the needle, and almost like the thread going through the eye of the needle. Detail like that you'll notice as you go along. Right, I'm going to quickly skip through to the other ones, as we will obviously spend as much time with Sally, but look, like little stitches. So you get the design roll with the graphics that are in at the moment. You're also getting 1.5 meters of cream or white ivory. I think it's ivory. This one's got like a little foot pedal and a plug. How cool is that? 1.5 meters of ivory as well. 1.5 meters of ivory. This almost looks like a quilting ruler, doesn't it? How you've got your 1/4 inch marks. And then in between each, you've got a little notion of a sewing machine, a safety pin, a button. You've got a pair of scissors. That's just so detailed, isn't it? But as I say, it looks like a quilting ruler. It's all little nods to quilters of all of the notions that we know. This one you probably can see clearer, because the other one's almost got like a bit of a neon, almost glow in the dark feel to it. 2.5-inch pre-cuts ready to go. There's so many patterns that I know call for 2.5 inches. Let me see if you haven't seen any of the other prints. This one we're not seeing yet. With your thimble, with your needle, with the little hearts. Oh, it was that one, wasn't it? I saw somebody doing an EPP design with this one. Fussy cut this one round, and it was amazing. Every single one of these is so detailed. Oh, this one's beautiful. We've not seen this one yet. They're sewing machines. Sewing machines with big hearts on it, and a Tula style sewing machine. Pink and orange spots and great colours. Oh, so many strips. I mean, you're getting 40. I'm not going to go through them all now, but you're getting 40, all the different colourways, 1.5 meters of fabric. And that's obviously going to be plenty enough. This is the great thing about design rolls. I think you don't realise until you start working with them just how far they go. There's so much that you're going to be able to make, and that is to make the quilt that you can see there. We've got here in the studio from Pam and Nikki Lintott. Quite often, actually, Pam and Nikki Lintott choose 2.5-inch strips a lot. A lot of their quilts are using 2.5-inch strips. In fact, this whole book is dedicated to use a jelly roll or a design roll. I mean, it depends on what designer you're looking at. They call it different things. So we're working from this book today. Now, this is going to be separate. We have got the bundle with, as I say, the background. If you want to choose a different background colour, then you can get the design roll on its own and the book on its own. So you'll need 1.5 meters of the background to make this quilt. But there's some really, really lovely projects in here. We've worked from this a few times. I know that we've done this one with our barley pops, the honeycomb one. Can you believe that's actually made again from 2.5-inch strips? Just the placement creates these lovely hexy shapes. So I know that this is a book that you may already have. If you do, why not go for the Tula Pink? It's going to look amazing. This is the one that we were talking about that we thought the Teepee Town was in, didn't we? I think we thought the Sleepy Teepee Town was in this one. Norwegian wood. You've got ones again with your half square triangles, but they're built up of strip sets from 2.5-inch strips. All of these, again, using your 2.5-inch strips. Your fruit punch. This one is this one that we're looking at. So you've got all of your design instructions. See, this is going to be really, really nice as well with a dark dramatic background. It's up to you what background you want to use. You'll need 1.5 meters of any of the solid fabrics. I say any of the solid fabrics. You could also use you know, the Lewis and Irene ones that we were talking about earlier, or maybe one of the mixers with the mottle effect would look nice. We have bundled it, as I say, with 1.5 meters of ivory as an option, but with the Scrappy binding it looks gorgeous. Just £14.99. You will need your book for the instructions. Loads of you checking out on this one today. Pam and Nikki Lintott are very, very, very good at what they do. They've been designing quilts together for a long time. They've got a range of books and are really clear with their instructions. But I say they love working with the 2.5-inch strips. So that's the book. And it says quilt in a weekend. I know that Sally says, I might even get all of the rows done this hour, which is amazing, isn't it? When you're thinking of a massive quilt, quite often you have to sort of think months of sewing, months of putting it together. And a lot of people who are starting out in the crafting world and in the quilting world are thinking, I'm never going to be able to achieve that, a big quilt like this. Whereas actually, you can. You really, really can. Right, what are we doing now, sorry? Jelly roll on its own is this one. As I say, I've opened it all out and made it quite a mess. It's so satisfying seeing it like this, all nicely ready to go. It's like when you cut open that cake. Oh, £34.99. 40 strips, 2 of each colour. Hello, Laura. Do you know what? You could... quite often, we'll always talk about quilting. When you're looking at pre-cuts like this, we always talk about patchwork and quilting. But Laura said, hello, my gorgeous family. She said, how about me doing a knee-length skirt, piecing them all together? You absolutely could. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. That would look amazing with these. That would be really individual as well. I don't think anybody else, you would ever find anyone else that had a skirt like you. Maybe Tula herself, but how cool is that? Definitely make the most of that. We are now very limited of the design roll on its own. It's £34.99, which is really good value. I thought actually this was going to be over £40. I know how much design rolls and jelly rolls can be, especially when you start to put together the name like Tula Pink. I'd expect that to be a lot more, so do snap that up whilst you can. Right. It's less than £1 a strip, isn't it? Which is brilliant. So, Sally, this is a gorgeous quilt, isn't it?
I really enjoyed making it.
Oh, I love it. Do you generally get drawn to the more bright colours or the more traditionals?
Oh, mixture really, and I think it depends on the time of year to some extent.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the Tula Pink fabrics I've worked with before, I've thought, oh, they're a little bit large in the designs for me. But in these jelly roll strips, the designs are absolutely perfect. You get to see the little details, and they're brilliant. I really like this one.
I absolutely love it. It works really, really well for this design. And actually, it's a quick quilt.
It is. It is. It's quick and it's very easy.
Fab. So for anybody who is new, the fabric kind of does all of the work for you. And quite often, I mean, I am still at the point where I would steer away from using the higher end, more expensive designer fabrics because I think, I'm not going to be able to make it, I'm going to mess it up. And whereas this, actually, if you want something that's still quite simple, but the fabric's going to sing for you.
And you don't have to cut any of the jelly roll up.
Brilliant. So how many strips of the jelly roll do you use in this?
There are 40 in the roll and you use 33 in the quilt.
So you're still going to have some left over?
Well, you use the rest for the binding.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
So if you wanted a plain binding or to use a different fabric for the binding, then you could make it even longer.
I do like the scrappy binding.
Yeah, I do. And I'm going to show us hopefully how to do that.
Yeah, brilliant. So what is it that you want to start by showing? You've got quite organised already, haven't you?
It's really so simple. The principle is that we are joining, I'll turn the book towards me here.
Thank you.
We are joining plain segments to the end of jelly roll strips completely at random and then joining them all together to create the body of the quilt.
Nice. It looks great with the dark background as well. I think it's going to look lovely with either the ivory or having...
Yeah, or pick out one of the colours from the strip roll and use that. But yeah, it looks striking either way. Oh,
I've had a lot of people messaging in on the Facebook post. Did you post it? I think one of our team must have posted it last night, and we've had so many people messaging saying how beautiful it is.
So the instructions are very, very simple. There really is just a little bit to it, but I will go through it all because there are some hints and tips to help you.
Have you worked with a Pamela Lynn top pattern before?
Oh, yes. I've done at least one quilt out of this book before.
Right.
Yeah, I've done a lot of their quilts. They are excellent instructors. They are specialists in jelly rolls, which is the name of Moda rolls, but they use 10-inch cuts, layer cake things, 5-inch squares. They're real specialists in those pre-cuts. And they calculate it all perfectly, so you know, and you don't waste anything.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what I like about having a design roll or a jelly roll, is that you get glimpses of all of these fabrics, plenty of them still. It's not like you're just getting a sample piece, but you get to experience that whole collection without paying, you know, by a half metre it gets expensive. And
I felt when I was working with it that there were lots of things I could see in the designs that I hadn't first noticed. And just, I think the thing that took me the longest and that was the hardest to do is deciding which colours to put next to each other.
Right, but I suppose they all work really, really well.
They do, and I'll give you a couple of tips for doing that anyway. Because I'm not normally a random person, so to be random...
A lot of quilters aren't, are they? They're not very good at being random. Still have to, even if it's random, there is an order to it.
Yeah, there's some sort of organisation.
Brilliant, so where do you start?
To start with, you have your strip roll, and you choose 7 of these to go to be the scrappy binding. So you've got 40 here, you take 7 out, and they will be for your scrappy binding, which I shall show you shortly. That's a scrappy binding there. It will be when I've opened it out. So then you cut, so there'll be 33 strips there. You then need to cut 33 width of fabric. That's the full 42-inch or what have you.
Yeah.
2.5-inch wide, exactly the same as the jelly roll strips. And you cut those in half. You can use your rotary cutter or you can use scissors. So we now have, so we've got 17 of these, I think it is, and we cut them in half to make 33. You get one left over. So the strip now is about 21 inches long. And what we want is to put one piece on one side of the strip and one piece on the other side, and we want that to be random. So you can start off with your first strip, just to make life easy, just cutting that one directly in half. And we sew that to each end of the the strip. Now you'll notice on this one,
The selvage.
yeah, the selvages have been cut off in terms of the thicker part, but you may just see a little tiny bit.
Okay.
So just trim that off, and don't worry about it being a different length then to the others, because this will all get itself sorted out when we've got the sides stitched on. So I'll just take that off. And I'm going to sew these right sides together, 1/4 inch seam, pin if you wish, but they are quite small joins.
A nice first big quilt actually for somebody, or even if you're an experienced quilter, just a nice quick make.
Yes, as they describe it in the book, you know, it might be something you've got an occasion coming up, or a birthday, or you've forgotten something to buy for someone. You really can make it very quickly.
So it didn't take you too much time to do the whole of this sample for us, did it?
I think I did the whole thing in a day.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. But as I say, don't rush. If you're just starting out, don't rush. You don't need to rush. I was making obviously for the show, but it is a really quick one. And if you thought even that's too much, make it half the size.
Yeah.
And you've got 2.
Absolutely.
So now I'm going to press that. And because of the brightness of these strips and the ivory fabric, I will press towards the dark side, but it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you're using a darker outside, it really wouldn't matter. And we sew the other half onto the other end. And you don't need to do any measuring here at all.
Yeah.
It's really nice. So you can whip through it quite quickly.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry.
Just deafened somebody in the gallery.
Sorry, I'm not so I'm so full.
There we go. So we've got our first strip
Right.
made.
So would you just keep doing that and then decide your order, or I suppose you need
Yes, yes. So the next thing is to say that I've cut those as half strips. So for the next one, we want them to be slightly different, to stagger it. If you really and truly wanted them all to be level, you could do that. But then you'd be trying to join seams, and any little slight differences would show.
Okay.
Whereas with this, it doesn't matter if the differences show, because that's the whole idea of the quilt.
Yeah, I like having it staggered. I think it would look completely different if it were all straight, wouldn't it?
So for the next one, okay, so we know we could do it halfway. We might want to do 2 or 3 with a halfway on it. But I'm going to say, nope, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to put a ruler, any ruler, and just pick a measurement. You don't have to measure it at all.
Gosh, this is good.
And just cut a bit off.
This is my kind of quilt.
But make sure you keep these 2 pieces together. Don't go randomly cutting all your pieces.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So you need to keep them together. So what I did when I was prepping is I cut my strips and put them with a strip and clip them together. So you've got then the right sides for the strip you're working with.
Do you generally do all of your cutting first then before you start sewing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I normally do a bit like I've just done here. Do one first, make sure I've got it right, but you can't really go wrong with this.
No, it's brilliant. Oh, and I love these fabrics. This one,
This
one's
one's got sewing machines. It's
and it's not
beautiful.
like obvious novelty, but it's just a bit of a wink to our craft, isn't it? It's just like,
Yes.
I think Tula Pink's designs are so clever because they're always almost hidden all the time. I remember the
They
under
are.
sea one.
I was going to say it's like hidden secrets.
Yeah.
And you keep seeing new things. From a distance, it looks really great. But then when you get up close, you think, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
And you always notice different things, don't you? Every time I look
Yeah.
at this collection. Same with any of our other collections. I'm like, oh, I didn't notice that. Or,
Yeah.
I thought that was something else. It's almost like an optical illusion. I went onto Pinterest and I saw so many different, loads of different people using this collection for English paper piecing and loads of quilting projects. There's some great ideas on there.
Well, this jelly roll can be used for any of the quilts in the book. So, you know, if you didn't fancy this one or you wanted to do a more complex one,
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Because everything in this book are 2.5 inch strips, aren't they?
Yeah. Because I did, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago now? Maybe a little bit more.
Right.
I did the one that's on page 88, I think.
Okay.
That's it, that's the one.
Oh, the Tutti Frutti.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would look really nice with this as well, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
See, there's loads that you're going to be able to do.
And
That was the one that Sally did.
Sorry to interrupt. That's cutting them into 2.5 inch squares.
Okay.
But because of the strength of the design, you'll still get to see a lot of the actual pieces.
Yeah, that'll go
even
really,
though
really
you're cutting it up
nicely.
smaller. So yeah, it's a great book.
Oh, so you could actually pick any of
You
these
could
with
pick
your
any of
design
them,
roll.
yeah.
Your picnic time. We've done that one before, I think, the Norwegian wood. But the instructions, like you say, are very, very clear, aren't they? For
Oh, they are.
$14.99, I think this is going to be a book that you use time and time again.
So this is going to get a bit long to show, really. I don't know if I can show this by sort of dangling it. You can see that you've got a staggered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no points to match.
No seams to match at all. No points, no
that's so
seams.
good.
And then at the other end, obviously, similar effect.
Oh, it's a good one to practice your 1/4 inch seam, isn't it, actually?
It is, but if it's off, it doesn't matter. Your quilt will either just be a little bit narrower or a little bit wider.
Brilliant.
Because it's not until you come right to the end that you trim it.
Mm-hmm.
If you sew all your strips, as it explains in the book, starting at keeping one edge level, then you'll only ever have to trim the other edge. But I found actually when I'd finished the quilt top and I came to square it up for putting the binding, I think I trimmed about 1/4 inch off in 1 or 2 places. So yeah, it's not onerous at all.
Fantastic.
So what I would probably do now, and what I did to keep this kind of random, I picked 2 strips that I think will go nicely together and have got different ends, and then I'll sew those 2 together and I'll just put them to one side. And then I'll do the similar thing with another 2 strips.
Right, so do them into pairs.
So do them into pairs, and then by the time you've done that, you've already done a little bit of random. And then when you sew those 2 together with the next 2, you'll gradually build up the quilt. So I didn't lay out every strip and then sew it together.
Right.
I just went through 2 at a time, and just picked them as they came.
I wonder whether you could do it as almost like you've got some of your blue ones that you could almost like ombre it a bit.
You could leave the jelly roll strip roll as it is and follow the colours as they are in the roll.
Yeah.
So, you know, you'd have perhaps, because this one now I have mixed up, but I think it goes from sort of darker through to light through pink. So you could do it that way.
Right,
if you
okay.
really felt, no, can't cope with that.
Yeah, can't cope with the random.
And I found, I don't know if it's true of the whole, all the rolls, but there were only about 8 strips repeated.
Okay.
The rest were
right. So it isn't 2 of each
isn't 2 of
necessarily.
each, no.
Okay.
So what I did, knowing that, was I used the duplicate strips for the binding.
Good idea.
Because then I knew I was still going to have them in the quilt.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
That's what I did there. So, okay, we'll sew these 2 together. As I say, you don't have to match seams or worry about nesting seams or anything like that. And if you sew them together in pairs like this, you won't get the problem of bowing that you sometimes get by just sewing in straight lines.
You mean if you're sewing them into pairs?
If you sew them into pairs, they are more stable, and then you can sew them to another pair, and that stops, because if you start at one end and you just sew the next one on the next one on the next one, by the time you get to the bottom you might find it's slightly swerved. It's just the nature of the way the fabric works. So if you sew things into pairs and then 4s and then 8s, you get a more stable construction. And if you should get something a bit distorted, give it a squirt with the best press and
absolutely,
you're aware.
Good idea. I like the fact that I don't know about you at home, but I sometimes, when you read a pattern and it says you need 200 of these triangles, 200 of these, and 100 of this, it just is a bit mind-boggling and a bit overwhelming of how much cutting you need to do. Whereas this, there's not much cutting at all, really, is there?
The only cutting is these cream pieces, and I'll show you another little quick trick as well that I did to make it even quicker. So So I'll just sew these two together.
Even with the long strips like this, you can stop, reposition. You're not needing to pin, are you?
I'm not a big pinner anyway, but yes, you could pin, or you could use the quilt clips, which I would probably do if I was using thicker, bigger pieces.
And would you use just like a neutral thread? Because you're working with lots of different colour fabrics on this.
Yes, I think I used a very pale grey on that one. I've got a neutral sort of beigey brown one here. You won't really see it. If you wanted to be sure you didn't see a single stitch, then you could use the ivory coloured thread to match the fabric. But I don't find, unless you're going to use red or something with it, I don't find it really makes a difference. And I tend at home to only sew with light grey, light cream, a light brown.
Right.
Very rarely use a colour, although I think dressmakers probably do more so. And then I buy larger reels of those basic colours, and they'll do for almost anything.
I've got a tip for you as well. Do not put your cup of tea at the back. I had my cup of tea at the back of the sewing machine and was sewing strips like this together. It was just going straight all into my tea.
Oh no!
It was just all piling in. I was like, oh my word, I've literally, I don't know why, I just had my tea rested on the side of the desk and didn't even notice. It was all just going straight into my tea.
I'm fine at my studio because I often take the animals up there, but if I'm sewing at home, which I had to when I wasn't able to go to the studio earlier this year, the cat was at the other end.
Yeah.
So as it's going off the dining table, the cat's pulling through. I'm thinking my stitches are not right here. I got some short ones, some long ones, and it was the cat.
Oh, they do help you, don't they? Our
They do.
friends?
It's nice to have a little heartbeat in the house.
Oh. What is that, sorry? Oh, brilliant. We'll show your pictures towards the end of the show. We've had some really lovely pictures come through, somebody's projects they've sent through. I would love to see all of your pictures. I think that's what's great about the fan page as well. It's great community to share all of your makes, and also great for troubleshooting, isn't it? It's great for tips if you're struggling with everything, because there's so many like-minded people on there. At any times of day, I've found if you put something on there, someone's there answering it. You know, any time of day.
Yes, if you can't sleep, it's a good idea. And the people are so clever, you know. I mean, I'm sort of a professional designer, but some of the things that people come up with, and they say, oh, this was my first attempt, please forgive. Excuse me?
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Do you press at each one? So
yeah.
each
So
time
what
that
I
you
would
sew
do
a
now
strip.
is I'll set the seam, like just set the stitches into the fabric, which again helps to stop it stretching.
Do you know, when I first heard somebody say that, I thought they said, I'm going to set the scene. Like,
Set the
right, let's
scene.
just set the scene. Scene.
Okay, and then...
What does that do? What does setting the seam do?
It beds, so you press it as you've sewn it without opening it out, and that beds the stitches into the fabric. So it makes it stronger so that this doesn't warp as much, but also... If you can imagine your stitches kind of stick up a little bit over the fabric, so when you open it out, you've got like a slightly raised edge.
Okay.
Whereas if you set the seam, you get a much crisper edge. And again, I quite often use best press. Now for something like this, I would press the seams to one side, and I did on the quilt. You could open the seams, but that's going to take longer than making.
Yeah.
And it can also make it more wobbly.
Right,
so I would definitely press them to one side. And I normally press on the back first. And then turn it over and do the front. But I would just do these two strips to begin with and then put them aside, do another two, and so on.
Are you still getting all your steps in, pressing, ironing somewhere else in the house at the moment?
Yeah, because in my studio now, I'm back at the studio, so yes, I have the ironing board in another room. So I have to get off my bottom and go and do
I always think of you whenever I do that. I always think of you thinking, just get up and do something, because I set up my little station and like, time just goes so quick, doesn't it, that you think, I've not moved for hours.
Yeah, and that, you know, then you find you get neck ache or backache or hungry. Yeah, I've actually got, as I say, I've got a sewing studio, so I've got quite big tables, and I sew sort of one end. I've got the cutting table at the other end, and then I've got the ironing board in another room. Next to, at the moment, the kettle, although that's not where it's going to stay.
Yeah.
Yes. So there you go, that's your first 2 strips.
Lovely.
Sewn together, and as I say, I'll just put those to one side and forget about them for the moment, and repeat, do another 2.
Yeah. So are you picking out 2 pinky ones or 2 random ones?
I think in my own mind, I couldn't just do random.
Yeah.
So what I thought was, okay, I'm just going to pick 2 that I like, that I think will go together. And if I thought, not so keen on that, let's go with that.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, they all do go together, don't get me wrong, but you know, you just get a nice feel for that. And I thought, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, and somebody's doing something upstairs, and I keep thinking it's my tummy rumbling.
Sounds like somebody's vacuuming.
Yeah, potentially are, yeah.
Come to my house. Yes.
I thought, oh my word, my stomach's really loud grumbling.
I wonder what they're doing. So let's just do another couple of strips.
Can you hear that? Hello, everybody. Listen if you can hear that. You might not be able to hear it. It might just be louder in here.
Sounds very strange. New experiences in the new studio. I'm going to sew another pair. As I say, cut your...
So you're chain piecing these now?
I'm chain piecing these, and then I'll show you a little trick for cutting the cream ones a little randomly in terms of width. So I'm just going to do another pair here. There we go. Okay, and if you chain piece like that, you don't use as much thread, so that's good, because this one hasn't got an automatic thread cutter on it, so I like to be a bit mean with fabric.
Yeah. Oh, it does actually save on your thread, doesn't it? It saves time.
It does. So there you go. So I've got another 2 strips ready. I can sew those 2 together, and then when I put those on my little pile, gradually you'll see they just go together. You don't need to plan it really. The only thing I would do is not put 2 together, you know, not 2 of the same together. That's the only thing.
So what's your tip?
My little tip for this,
libraries?
I thought I've got to. I mean, there's only 17 of them, whatever it is. And I just
Right,
thought,
so there's 1.5 meters, and that's the full width, isn't it, of fabric?
Yeah, and the only other strip you've got to cut is the 4.5 inch one, which goes on the top and bottom.
Right, so that'd be handy using your stripology, wouldn't it? It'd be quick, really quick to do.
Very quick to do. So that was easy. And then when I came to cutting these into, I thought, oh, should I do some at 3 inches and some at 10 inches? I thought, oh, I can't be really doing all that. So what I did was I just randomly put, say, 4 strips, maybe even 6. Let's go mad and do 6. So I just staggered, say, 6 strips like that.
Okay.
Again, just picked a measurement. Well, you don't even have to pick a measurement, just by eye, just think, okay. And keep these in the pairs, though, as I mentioned before.
Right.
So that's a pair. That's a pair. And you can see, hopefully.
Yeah, that's a really nice
they're
way
all
of doing it.
They're all going to come out slightly different. So you can cut those even quicker by doing it in that way. Because I like anything that's quick, easy. But do keep them in the pairs, otherwise they won't add up to the full width. So there you go.
I don't think it is somebody vacuuming upstairs, by the way. I think that it's construction work that's going on outside today. They're still building a new studio, apparently. Still building going on.
So there you go. That's a quick way to cut all those little
brilliant.
shorter strips. And I say keep them in the pairs, and then what I do is just clip them to the next strip, and then you can just go to the machine and chain
Carry on
piece
doing
them
your
like
strips.
that.
How are we getting on for time, by the way? Do we want to do some binding? So we've got about 20 minutes.
Okay, so I'll show you how to do the pieced scrappy binding. If we get time, I could do a little bit of quilting.
Brilliant.
To show you
Oh
how to
yeah,
put the
well,
binding
because there's
on.
so many. I bet there's so many quilting opportunities with this. If
Oh,
you're
yeah.
a quilter and love doing the different free motion or ruler work,
Yes.
or there's loads that you could do with this. But equally, if you are beginning, there's lots of lines that you can follow. And
There are, and some machines have some really fancy
Yeah.
stitches, and this one isn't set up for free motion. But yes, you could easily do that. With a quilt like this that's quite straightforward and good for a beginner, I would probably pick a fancy stitch on the machine and then just sew across the middle of each of your strips
oh, nice.
with a fancy
Yeah.
stitch. It only needs to be like a little curve
Yeah.
or a zigzag. Could just be a zigzag. You don't need to do like an embroidery stitch because this is quite a busy fabric.
But would you do it with a contrasting thread? With
I was going to say you could do it with a contrasting thread, which would look fantastic, or a variegated thread.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of the Tula Pink variegated threads that we had in the last hour.
They work brilliant because they'd show on the pattern pieces, but then they'd really show on the plain ends.
Absolutely, lovely.
So I think that would be lovely. And I'm a great fan of variegated threads.
Amazing. So we'll come back to the quilting. Scrappy binding, which I love, and I think this is a really good technique to know how to do anyway, because it's a good way of using up your scraps, really, isn't it?
It is.
And it looks, I always think that it just focuses your eye into those colours again.
Creates a frame.
Yeah.
A harmonious frame. You could, as I say, pick a colour to contrast if you wanted to, but I think in this instance it adds to the fun of it.
So you've picked out, did you say 7?
So I picked out, you need to pick out 7 for the binding, and I chose the ones that were duplicated so that I had one in the quilt and also had one in the binding. And you can use them as a complete full strip when you're doing a scrappy binding, but it will look more scrappy the shorter these pieces are.
Okay.
You don't want them too short, otherwise you'll just end up with loads of seams. So I've just cut these in half.
Okay.
So they're about 21 inches in length. Now when you come to join them, these 7 strips will just about do your binding. I think I was a little bit short and I just added a little bit of the cream somewhere, but I mean that wasn't a problem. So there are 2 ways you can join your binding. One is in the same way as we've just been sewing the strips together.
Thanks, Maureen. Maureen says, I can hear your stomach rumbling. I promise it's construction work outside, not my tummy. I'm not that hungry. I did have a sausage sandwich this morning. This is what's dangerous about us being now so close to those shops. I said to Kat this morning as we were in the queue, we can't do this more than once a week. Like, this is dangerously close to us. 6:30 this morning,
yes.
Being first in at that naughty place opposite. But no, I don't regret it at all. Although it isn't my tummy, Maureen, I'm still full.
So that's one way to join your strips.
Right, with a straight stitch.
With a straight stitch.
A straight seam.
Yes, sorry, straight seam. But when we come to fold the binding, which we need to do for assembling it, I'll just press this bit so you can see. It's quite thick because you've got all
Might need
4...
to just come over, sorry, and then we can
sorry.
see it a bit clearer there. Thank you.
So we've got the straight seam, which means we've now got 4 layers here. We've got a fold here that doesn't seem to want to stay. Now, it's not a problem, and again, a bit of S-press and you can kind of persuade it, but you will then see the join more obviously. So it's fine if you want to do it that way, don't think it's wrong. But the way I prefer to do it is the normal way for a binding for most quilters, which is to join on the diagonal. And that means that you put 1 strip face up and 1 strip face down on the end.
Do you generally use 2.5-inch strips anyway for your binding?
Yes, I use 2.5, sometimes 3-inch, depending on how thick the wadding is.
Right, okay.
For most waddings, 2.5 is fine. And I tend, because of doing them for the show, to machine my bindings on both front and back. But if you want to machine it on to the back and then fold it over to the back and hand stitch it, which I actually enjoy doing, then you can make it wider. But I wouldn't make it much shorter, otherwise you're tugging at it all the time. So what I've done there, look, I've put the strip face up, strip face down on the end, and you can either do this by eye, or you can draw a pencil line, and this is worth doing if you haven't done it before. A pencil line there.
Is that going to be your stitch line?
Your stitch line. Now I've got a 1/4 inch foot on here, which I wouldn't normally use for doing this, but we will give it a go. Because the 1/4 inch foot tends to pull the fabric if you're sewing in the middle of a piece. Okay, and again I would probably carry on and do loads by chain piecing, one after another. So you end up with that effect. And all we need to do now, either with the rotary cutter or scissors, just trim it off. I normally do it more than a 1/4 inch. You can do it to a 1/4 inch, but I normally do it a little bit more, because when I come to this stage, set the seam as you've done before to give us a nice crisp edge, and then I open out these. So if you've got a wider seam allowance, that's much easier to do. And then when you press that in half, ready to do your double fold binding, show the difference between the two. So whereas we had all these seams and stitches together, here now we've spread out the bulk.
Right, so it reduces the bulk, but also I think it almost...
But it sort of blends along then, doesn't it? And it looks more... It's still scrappy, but it looks more planned. Yeah. But in a random way.
So that, which is exactly your kind of random. And that's a really good tip, actually. If you are using one colour, solid colour, I can't see on there where you've joined your binding strip.
Yeah, because there's 3 strips on there.
Can't see a join. It just, if you've got a solid line, I think your eye is more drawn to it, do you?
It is, it definitely is. I think so anyway. I think your eye is far more drawn to that being a harsh join than that one.
Right, okay, brilliant.
So that's our little bindings. How long have we got?
10 minutes.
So, assuming you've done all your joining of your bias, your scrappy strips.
See, you could just do that on an afternoon. Just sit and just do your binding.
Minutes, yeah, minutes.
Brilliant.
I find that quite therapeutic, actually. Just join them together, snip, press. It's quite relaxing.
I like that Pamela Nicholls have sort of done the maths for you, because otherwise, how would you know how much fabric you need to go around the whole perimeter of you?
That's right. That's one of their specialities. They've worked that out.
Yeah, brilliant.
You know, so that you don't waste a single strip.
Fab, yeah.
And that's brilliant, because you know they're not pennies. You've
no,
got to,
absolutely.
You know, they're good quality fabric. You want to see the fabric.
Yeah.
You know, and use every bit of it. So, shall I do a little quick binding demo?
Absolutely, yeah. That'd be great.
This is very quick, this, so it's just bear with me while I just cut a bit of fabric.
Just so you're aware, just while Sally's sorting that, we've got 3 different, well, I say 3 different options, 2 bundle options and a book. So the jelly roll on its own is £34.99. You've got 40 strips. It's limited, very, very limited. I think that it could be the only chance today of being able to get it. I think after today's show, it could have sold out. So just be aware, you get 40 of your 2.5 inch strips, which is amazing for this quilt. But also, if you are working from any of the quilt designs in Pamela Nicholls' book, it's going to be great for those as well. $34.99 from the handmade collection from Tula Pink, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You've seen how all these colours come together so well. And like Sally said, can you see, if you were to do it in this order, they're already kind of ombrade for you, aren't they? So if you want to do it as a rainbow or as a random, I mean, it looks amazing as it is here. it's up to you. You can have a bit of a play around. So that's the option on its own. We also have an option of having the design roll along with 1.5 meters of ivory. So if you love it with the ivory background, as you've seen Sally working with, we've got the option of getting both together. It's up to you though. Go onto the website, type in 100% cotton and see all of the different solids that we have, because you can mix it with a navy blue, you can mix it with a pink or a sky blue. There's jade in here, there's oranges, there's lime greens, there's purples. There's so much that you could mix it in. Even with a grey, it would look really nice, like a light grey, or as I say, or a black, yeah.
Because there's, you know, there's black in it. That would look really smart.
Really dramatic. In fact, that's similar to the
yes, I think that's the navy in the book, but yeah.
It's a darker colour, which is quite striking, isn't it? That's this one. There you go. So you can see it's slightly more dramatic, really dramatic. I love that. But I mean, as I say, the book on its own, if you do want your pattern, if you do want your instructions, and having a go at all of the others that you can do really quick and simply in a weekend, 15 projects. I say that it's not a race. It's not up to you. It's not, someone's not there timing you, telling you you've got to do it in a weekend. You could sort of spend a bit more time and do it just bit by bit of sewing. I find that when I first started, just sewing 15 minutes a day was, I found, really, one, therapeutic and nice and mindful, but two, manageable. A lot of people sort of say, how do you manage to do all these things? You're so busy doing this. Even if you just set yourself 15 minutes a day, you'll find your sewing improves.
It grows, and it grows so quickly as well.
Yeah.
And the other thing I didn't say that I was going to when I was doing the joining of the binding, if you wanted to, your quilt would come out a little bit narrower, but you could also cut and join your strips. So if you really wanted a nice mix and match, you could do the same thing with each of your strips. So that's just another idea. So I'm just doing a quick quilt sandwich here.
Do you have a preference on wadding, Sally?
It depends what I'm making it for. If it's for, say, a child or a cat or a dog bed or something like that, I might use more of a man-made fibre. You may want a thicker one if it's for a pet bed, but a thinner one if it's for a child's play mat. It does vary. But I do like the cotton blends. They're all washable, which is great. But for ones where perhaps, children might be dragging them around or dog might be dragging it around, then I tend to go for the man-made ones, and you can just stick them in practically a boil wash.
So the 80-20 blends, the cotton, just out of interest, do you pre-shrink yours?
No.
Are they generally pre-shrunk already, or?
They're generally pre-shrunk, but I find, this is maybe just me, because you can do it, I find they just get into such a tangle and they stretch.
Okay.
And, what you can do with them is you don't put them in the washing machine, and you certainly never put these in the washing machine before you've sewn them.
Right.
Okay. Otherwise, you will end up with a lot of knots.
Yeah.
With the wadding, don't put that in the washing machine. Put it into a bath of warm water. Don't mess it about. Don't wring it out. Leave it in, let it soak, slight agitation of the water but not of the quilt, the wadding. Then gradually take it out, and if you can roll it around something like a pool noodle or something like that, take it outside, hang it over a washing line or a fence or something that's not going to stretch, and let it dry naturally. But I wouldn't. Life's too short.
It's just good to know, isn't it? I know you always hear all of these different things online or on packaging, and you think, I wonder what actually, you quilt a lot. What everyone does.
It's like pre-washing fabrics. If I'm buying yardage, I might tend to pre-wash it because I like to then press out all of the creases or anything that might be in it. With pre-cuts like this, layer cakes or charm packs, and certainly strip rolls, do not wash it first, because you will just end up with a horrible mess. And in let's say olden days, that's not the right phrase, but previously fabric had a lot of chemicals and sizing in it, and may also bleed and run. So people would pre-wash.
How they're made very differently, aren't they?
They're made very differently now, and I find, well, invisible shrinkage for most projects, certainly with good quality fabrics like these, and
they don't bleed.
They don't bleed.
Yeah.
But if I was going to be putting a red fabric next to this, I would probably put a bit of the red fabric in some water, agitate it about, leave it for half an hour. If some comes out, yes, then wash that, because it could bleed. Red is, can be a dodgy fabric. I've ruined one of my husband's rugby shirts.
Oh no!
Well, that's not entirely true. He washed his rugby shirt with one of my red scarves.
Oh, so there you go.
So it went completely AWOL.
Yeah, we've all had those moments, haven't we?
I then thought, I'm going to be clever here. I'm going to get one of these colour removers.
Yeah.
And it says you're supposed to leave it in for about 10 minutes. I thought, I'm going to leave it in for half an hour, make sure it's right. Came out, it was like bleached.
Oh.
So it had gone like, it was just, no. However, I couldn't keep the shirt, but I did keep the logo.
Your
scarf. No, scarf's gone. We had enough of that. No, scarf went. And I cut out the embroidered logo from his shirt, and I've just sewn that onto a mask for him.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So, yeah.
There you go, so not completely away.
So,
right,
putting the binding on, I also cut one end at an angle, fold it over and press it. And then...
Is this on the front or the back of your quilt?
Well, if you're going to be sewing it on the front and then turning it to the back to hand sew, then definitely put it on the front. What I tend to do for speed is put it on the back, bring it through to the forward, to the front, and then machine sew it again.
Right.
So let's just do that.
I don't know where time's gone now. I've literally got a couple of minutes.
Oh my goodness. I'll do it very, very quickly then. Okay. So here we go. So don't start right at the end. You need a little flap there to join your ends together. And there are different ways of doing binding. This isn't the only one.
Like you say, you've got to find a way of suiting you.
Yeah. Stitch to 1/4 of an inch from the edge, and you'll often find a 1/4 inch mark on your foot. And then I usually reverse off. So you've sewn the raw edges together there. Then you turn this strip as though it's going to go along the same line of your quilt, and you fold it back again, and that creates a little pleat.
Oh, I do love having that finished mitered corner.
It's really nice, yeah. And again, it's not as bulky as doing the box corners. I won't finish that, but you can see then the principle. So that's the pleat. And then when you fold that back to either hand or machine sew it, you've got a nice...
Oh, nice, perfect mitered corner. And especially when you haven't spent that much time doing the cutting and piecing on this, I think it would be a really nice finishing touch to spend that time slip stitching on the back.
Yeah.
That's
but if you don't want to slip stitch it, as I say, I've sewn it on the front, the back there, and what I would do
just quickly
run a machine stitch. Which
brilliant.
Just very, very quickly. So then I would have sewn that all the way around. And although you might see the stitching on the back, it'll be nice and neat on the front. And again, you can use a blanket stitch or another fancy stitch to catch that down.
Lovely. Thank you so, so much. It's always good to see different ways of doing binding as well. When are you back in with us?
1st of October.
Brilliant. Oh gosh, can you believe 1st of October? That feels like so long when it actually is in a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, don't tell me that because I haven't started my next project.
Sure, you'll whipple up in no time. Thank you so much. It's so
You're
lovely
very welcome.
to see you back again. The kit is really, really popular. The one with the ivory bundle, very, very popular. This is the graphics that you can see for the design roll, the jelly roll itself, plus 1.5 meters of ivory, and that's enough to make the front of the quilt top, and the binding. And it's up to you what you want to back it with and what wadding you choose to use. There's plenty of options available on the website. And this is what you're going to make. It's beautiful. Definitely jot down today's date, the 15th. You'll be able to watch it back on YouTube when you get your fabrics home. We virtually covered it all then, didn't we? Which is great. So you'll be able to watch back and sew along with Sally. £44.99. If you want the design roll on its own, it's £34.99. 40 of your 2.5-inch strips. All of the other pre-cuts that we had from this collection are completely sold out. We had the hexes, the 5-inch squares, charm pack, the layer cake, which are the 10-inch squares, and this one, again, looks like it could sell out today. £34.99. Different projects in mind. It's absolutely, it's so versatile, isn't it? They're strips, but yes, you could subcut these into squares. You could subcut them into diamonds or into hexes even for EPP, for other piecing projects. Any of the other Pam and Nikki Lintott projects in the book as well. That's just $34.99. The book that we're working from is this one, which again, very, very popular indeed. 15 quick and easy quilt patterns, all designed using the 2.5-inch pre-cuts. So if you have got a jelly roll, if you have already secured your Tula Pink jelly roll and you want to try a different quilt, maybe a slightly more advanced quilt, have a bit of a look through. There's some brilliant ideas in here. The last time Sally was here, she did the Tutti Frutti one. It is a really, really gorgeous quilt, and there's the one with the dark background. If you put it with a navy or a grey or a black even background, they've got lots of lovely circle quilting. Loads you're going to be able to do. £14.99. I'm excited to see all of your projects. I mean, everybody who's getting the sort of recipe of the 1.5 ivory and the design roll, or the jelly roll, everyone will come up with something completely different. There's loads that you're going to be able to do with it. It's amazing. A picture that we had come in today. Oh, I love Christmas makes. This is amazing. So I'm not on Facebook, so I thought that I would send these into the show, see what I've made. I'm still learning. New at 69 years old. Yes, love that. Absolutely, well done. Borrowed some findings off wife, and she is into jewellery making side while I'm starting with Sewing Street. Look at all of your lovely little seed beads around. See, I know Sally loves jewellery making as well. See, it's brilliant. This sort of whole channel, remember, we've got an hour of the replay to enjoy now, but then we pass over to our sister channel Jewellery Maker at 1 o'clock, so you can learn another new hobby and a new craft. And at the moment, we're sharing their website. So if you've bought something today and you've paid your postage and packaging, why not have a look at embellishing with some Swarovski crystals and some seed beads and all sorts? It'd be lovely. I don't know where today's gone. It's been brilliant. Tomorrow's show, again, the three of us, me, Kat and Paul, are going to be with you with Jules Mayouf. We absolutely love her. She's always great fun. She's here with, well, I'm going to be on my own the first hour with our early bird special, plus some patchwork and quilting tools. At 9 o'clock, we've got sewing machine cover and mat with Jules. 10 o'clock, oh, it's Kat's autumn hour. No pressure, Kat. But Hannah's hour was brilliant. No pressure. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got fabric tray and storage boxes, again with Jules. And then we're going to be doing a repeat of the first hour today. Whatever you do, though, don't go anywhere, because it's going to be a repeat of Debbie's show from yesterday. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Check out on your design roll, and I'll see you in the morning.